Here we go. Chapter 9. We're going to learn about land use controls and environmental issues. These are the controls that the government has over our property that we own. They could put restrictions on how we use our properties. All right. Private citizens, they could put their own restrictions on properties through restrictive covenants, right? But this chapter is going to go over the powers that the government has on how they could restrict how you use your own property. So at the end of this chapter, you're going to be able to distinguish the private land use controls and government powers. We're going to talk about environmental issues and hazardous substances used in construction, as well as federal and state landmark preservation programs. So land use controls, ownership rights that a person possesses in a parcel of real estate. Well, they're limited to the owner. However, the government can restrict how a person uses their property as well. So it's subject to the private and public land use controls, including zoning ordinances and building codes and deed restrictions. What do we call restrictions placed in deeds? We call them restrictive covenants. You guys remember that term? So deed restrictions placed on property by private parties. Turn to the second page, 130, second page of chapter 9. And under deed restrictions, we're going to highlight deed restrictions are placed on property by private parties, not by governments. And those restrictions are known as restrictive covenants. So at the end of that first paragraph, highlight known as restrictive covenants. What's a covenant? It's a legal promise, as you can see I put here. Covenant is a legal promise. A restrictive covenant is a restrictive legal promise, eh? And illegal restrictions in deeds, you know, because you may find old restrictions. For example, let's say that you can't sell the property to a person of color. If that's the case, those are illegal restrictions. They're not enforceable. Only the ones that are legal, though, would remain enforceable. So if you have a mix of restrictions in a deed, some that are enforceable, some that are legal, some that are not, because there's an illegal restriction in the deed, it does not invalidate all the other restrictions, okay? It only invalidates the illegal ones, okay? So restrictions can be placed with time limitations, or they can be based on a happening of a certain event. So I could put a restriction on the property that a property cannot be used as a gas station for the next 10 years. Well, then after 10 years, it can be, okay? Or if I don't put a date, an expiration on it though, then it can never be used as a gas station. You follow? So once a restriction is added into the deed, it's said to run with the land. What does that mean?
It's going to carry on.
It passes from one owner to the next. Correct. It passes from one owner to the next, and it is still enforceable. Now, enforcement of deed restrictions. Who can enforce deed restrictions? Well, the owner who added the restriction to the deed. That could be a subdivider, right? Sometimes the subdividers would, or a builder, right? They could sometimes be the owner of the property and added the restriction, but once again, it defaults back to owners. A subdivider could, like a subdivider, if they're subdividing the land into smaller lots, they could put a restriction in a deed that the lot can never be subdivided even further from that, even if the municipality would have allowed it through their zoning laws. A remainder man can enforce deed restrictions, so can an heir or the neighbors. They could also enforce deed restrictions. So under enforcement, I want you to highlight that line. Neighbors, the original subdivider, may enforce deed restrictions through court actions. And then write owners, remainder man, and heirs can also do that. Who else can enforce deed restrictions? Owners, remainder man, and heirs can do that too. Owners, remainder man, and heirs can also enforce deed restrictions. Okay. Now, what are all the government powers? Well, give you a little acronym here, PD. P. Okay. That's for police power, eminent domain, taxation, and escheats. These are all the governmental powers. Police power. Let's start off with what that is. Police power is the right for the government, the federal, state, and local municipal governments to pass legislation for the general welfare of the public. And that could place restrictions on the property owner. Some of those restrictions include, let's take a look here. Environmental protection laws, zoning and building ordinances, which could regulate the use, occupancy, size, location, construction, and even the rental of the real estate that you own as the property owner. You know that you can't even rent your property without the government's permission? You own the property. And you can't own it, and you can't even rent it without the government's permission. Did you know that?
No.
Well, you have to register your property with the municipality as a rental property. So you got to go down to your city hall, fill out a form, register the property as a rental property before you could rent it out. And then every time before you change renters, you need to get another city inspection. The fire code enforcement official has to come out, make sure that there's the fire extinguisher and the smoke and carbon monoxide detectors are working, right? You need to get that a new CO, certificate of occupancy, or depending on the municipality, or a certificate of compliance, whatever your certificate that your municipality requires for the change of a renter. To make sure that it's up to code and that it's safe for human health and habitation. Every time you change renters, so a permit needs to be paid for and an inspection needs to be done. And that new renter's information needs to be put on the permit so that the municipality knows how many people are renting and how many people are living there. You need to put down even the children's names. Well, the children there, you don't put their names down. You just put down like one child, male, 9 years of age, one child, female, 6 years of age. You know, you gotta just so that the fire department's aware. If there's ever a fire in there, are there any people in the building? Who should be in there? We got a head count of everybody. You know, this way that they're prepared for emergencies. Okay. So that's the police power. That's passed on to municipalities, but that also includes the police themselves. You know, can cops just break onto your property, come onto your property?
No.
No, they can't. No, police can't just come onto your property. They need a reason to, right? They need a warrant if they're going to come onto your property, right?
Yes.
What about so police need a warrant to come on your property, but what if they're chasing a criminal? Can they chase that criminal onto your property, or do they got to stop at your property line?
No, they can't.
They could chase them, right? If they're in pursuit, right?
Yeah.
For the public's benefit, for the good of the public, right? They're chasing down that criminal. All right. But you know, people still have property rights. So they can't just open your front door to see if a criminal's there, right? If they're not sure. But if they were chasing one and one just went through your front door, they could break down that front door chasing after them in pursuit, right?
Yes.
So let me ask you a question. Because we give certain powers to the government, is there a possibility that those powers can be abused?
Yes,
Yes.
absolutely.
Absolutely, that's right. So, if they could abuse their powers, and we're not just talking about, when we say police power, police, we're not just talking about the police. What about environmental? Can environmental agencies ever abuse their power?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure they can. Remember a couple of years ago, the EPA sent out federal agents who actually killed the landowner because his animals were grazing on what they called public land now. You guys remember when that happened? And then they jailed his son as well, because the Environmental Protection Agency kind of got an expansion on their powers of what they could do. So basically, you know, the president gave them a wider latitude of control, and they tried enforcing it against landowners. This was somewhere out in the West, on the West Coast. There was a farmer whose animals had been grazing on this property since we were actually. What's that? So this farmer was actually had the farm and his family for ages, and his family has been using it as a farm since before we were actually formed as a country, and he had his animals grazing on this land. And now the government steps in and says, well, that land is now protected because we found there was a rare desert turtle on the property.
What?
First, yeah, a rare, they said it's now an endangered species. There's something called a desert turtle or something.
Oh,
And because
geez.
of that, you can't have your animals grazing on that property no more, even though they've been grazing there since before we were ever formed as a country.
Wow.
I think that Environmental Protection Agency is taking a little bit overboard to the point that they wanted to shut down this farmer. They even sent out federal agents, armed federal agents, and the farmer was going to protect their land, you know. So they were out there with their guns too. You know, they're like, you're not scaring us. You're not coming on our property. You don't have any right to be on our property or tell us what we could do on our property here. And it ended up being that one trigger happy federal agent shot the father and killed him. And then they took his family and they threw them in jail. So one of his sons got thrown in jail too, you know, and they were in jail for several years until they finally got a pardon. I'm not sure if President Trump pardoned them or if it was the court that found that the government overstepped their boundaries and then just released them. Huh. Yeah. Well, is that justice? Is that a vindication? No, the guy's got a dead father now. Right? He's got no father. So yes, it is possible for governments to overstep their powers. So we got to be careful. But who's going to give the oversight to government to make sure that they're not abusing their powers? Pretty good question, right? It's like having the wolf watching the hen house. So eminent domain now is another police power. This is the power of the government to take away the property of a private citizens with just compensation if it's needed for a greater public good. I keep using the air quotes there because sometimes this power has been abused in the past. Now, this power is definitely needed to have a modern civilization. However, it does get abused. I mean, just take a look in New Jersey, how many people's properties have been taken away so that they could build another strip mall. Like we need another strip mall in New Jersey, right? Now, the eminent domain is the power of the government to seize the property of a private individual if it's needed for the greater public good. And when they take that, the process of taking the property through the court system is called condemnation. So what's the government's power to take your property for greater public good called? Eminent domain. And what is the process of taking it through the court system?
Condemnation.
Condemnation. You need to be able to distinguish the two for exam. Eminent domain and condemnation. Okay. Now, who has the powers of eminent domain? Well, the government does, and certain quasi-governmental authorities like public utilities and land clearance commissions, railroads, and public housing and redevelopment authorities. Now me, Victor Kaminsky, do I have the power to take your property by eminent domain?
No.
What's that?
But you can't you may not have the direct power, but you may have, can't you make an offer to the government to kind of entice them into taking the property?
Well, I could try to convince them that my project is for the greater good of the public and ask them to use their powers to take it.
Yeah.
So basically, I go to the local housing authority or redevelopment authority, right? And I say, hey, listen, down to zoning, department over there, whoever the hell handles this stuff, right? I could go down there, I could take them. I say, hey, come on, I got a project I need to propose. Come on, I'll take you out for lunch and we'll talk about it, right? Now, wine and dine the guy, and I'm like, hey, listen, I got this project proposed, and what I want to build here is going to generate a lot more tax dollars for what compared to what is there now. So those tax dollars, they're going to be used by you, the politician, and I know you're going to use it for the greater public good, right? Isn't that what tax dollars are supposed to be used for?
Supposed to be.
So basically, if my project builds more revenue for the municipality, it's supposed to be for the greater public good. So now they could use, the municipality can use their legal team to try to take your property. They'll pay for it because they have to justly compensate the owner for it as well. And then after they get that property, they'll turn it over to me and I reimburse them for their legal costs and the money that they use to buy the property. And then I build whatever project I want there. I'm basically using them as my middleman to get me the property. Instead of sending out my muscle, Jojo and Vito, to go bust some heads to convince people to sell it to me, I could just use the government to do that for me. They're a lot more intimidating and they got a lot more power than Jojo and Vincenzo over here, right?
Yeah.
So that happens. Look, just take a look at the town that I live in. I live in Linden. I mean, do we need another so-called luxury high rise? You see what they're building on Wood Avenue all over the place, Wood Avenue, Elizabeth Avenue. They got like 4 or 5 of these projects that they build, these high rise buildings that they claim are luxury, right? How do you think they got the permits to do that? Those were all businesses there.
That's right, yeah.
They shut down all those businesses. They shut down those businesses and took their properties away. They did it through eminent domain so that they could build those things. Now you may see on one of those corners over there, one of those streets on Linden Avenue and Wood Avenue, there's a bar there. It's called the Linwood. And that bar, how come that they were supposed to take that whole block and build another high rise there? Now, they took all the properties there by eminent domain, or at least notified they were going to, and shut down a lot of businesses that were there. That's why there's only like 2 businesses that are still open, the bar, and there's a pizzeria from somebody there still waiting for the city to pay them for that land. And it ain't gonna happen over there. Because I know that bar owner, he took a lot of legal routes. He remodeled the bar. He redid the kitchen, said that it's all modernized now. It's not an eyesore, because that's the excuse that they were using. They're going to revitalize the community because it's an eyesore and those buildings are all run down. So he remodeled the entire buildings. He redid the kitchens and, redid the bar. And they were like, nope, we're still going to take it by eminent domain. So he tried doing another route. He got a good attorney, and his attorney told him, well, you got an old building here. You got some old historic photos of it. They got it registered as a museum.
Wow, okay.
So that was a historic.
And a museum is also, they had it registered 2 ways, as a museum and a historic landmark. I'm not sure which one it was that allowed that cannot be taken by eminent domain, whether it was a museum or the historic landmark part. I think it was the museum factor that made it that they can't take the property by eminent domain and tear it down, because that bar is also an inn for upstairs, and it's very historic. He found some old pictures from like 1700s, of that bar being there, that bar inn being there, and he put one room off to the side there. He put just like the pictures, all the historic pictures of it from the, on the wall and stuff. And he had it registered as a museum. And so they can't take it now. So that block right there is not going to be torn down. Wow. Although owners already got shut down because of that builder's project. That was those Meridian group. All right, let's see, what else we got? Taxation is to fund the oh, by the way, eminent domain is needed too, because this is how we get our highway and our infrastructures built. We need pipelines. You guys enjoy the heat that the natural gas, the clean natural gas brings to your home? Is that
Yeah.
is that a lot better than having those oil deliveries to your home? A lot cheaper,
course.
right? But you know what? They got to have those gas lines running across people's properties in order to get to you. They got them running across the country pretty much from refineries that may be on the coasts. So those gas lines have to run across properties. And you see people fighting against pipelines being built. Oh, environmental this, environmental that. Well, do you like that heat in your house? Guess what? The cost on it's going to go up if you can't have those pipes going to your routing that that gas to different parts of the country. You know, we got a pipeline right now that's being built. Remember that pipeline was getting built? Well, let's see what's going to happen. We got a new president coming in who's promising to do a lot more environmental regulations and to do away with the pipelines that President Trump already started. You guys notice what's happening to the gas prices lately? Have you gone to fill up your car?
They have increased.
Oh, they shot up a lot. Okay. Count on seeing that happen more. So let's see. We're at the mercy of our government, our leaders here, pretty much. Taxation is to fund the operation of that government. Hopefully they do a good job for us, right? And then escheat, what is that? We already went over this in chapter 20. Huh? It's when somebody dies intestate,
Yes.
no heirs can be located. What happens to your property? The state takes it through the process of escheat, right? First, they try to locate natural heirs, and in the lieu of being able to find natural heirs, then the state will sell the property at auction. It goes into a fund for 1 year, at which time heirs can step forward and claim it. Otherwise, the state keeps your money. Remember that?
Yeah.
All right, that's escheat. So these are the 4 police powers, or the 4 governmental powers: police power, eminent domain, taxation, and escheat. Okay, or PEAT is the acronym to help you try to remember that. Okay. So let's do some highlighting of these things here. Under government powers, let's just highlight the title police power. And under the second bullet point, we're going to highlight the first sentence that talks about eminent domain and condemnation.
We on 131?
On 130,
Oh,
under governmental powers.
okay.
So in the first bullet point, you just highlighted police power, right? 'Cause that's a big concept just to understand. So just highlight the title, police power. Then we're going to highlight in the second bullet point, the first sentence, eminent domain, all the way up to the word condemnation. Then on the next page, the second bullet point on the next page, about escheat, we're going to highlight ownership of real estate is to escheat, to revert to the state when an owner dies, leaving no will disposing of their estate and no heirs can be located. And then in the margin next to that, I want you to write, just like I have here on the slide at the bottom of the slide, the cross-reference, page 342-343. That's where we learned about escheat originally. If you guys recall.
But you didn't want us to do anything with taxation?
No, I mean, just understand, taxate, what's the purpose of taxes?
Oh, okay.
To fund the government, right?
Oh, to fund the government.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you want to, you could highlight, you don't need to, but if you want to highlight, you could, to remember the 4 police, the 4 governmental powers, you could just highlight PEAT, Stands for police power, eminent domain, taxation, and escheat. Okay. All right, public land use controls now. Part of the public land use controls, well, everything from planning, zoning, subdivision regulations, codes for that regulate the construction safety and building and health, and environmental protection legislation. That's the stuff that's coming up right now. So let's start off with, well, planning. You know, the municipality has to have a master plan on how they're going to run the municipality. And that covers everything in that master plan. Look, every municipality has a master plan on how they're going to run the municipality. They got to worry about how they're going to deal with waste disposal, everything from how they're going to deal with waste disposal, to the sewer, to the fresh water for drinking water, to you know, schools, police, fire, the local roads, the stores. You know, they have to plan what kind of structures can be built where. All that stuff goes into their master plan. Now, once every municipality has a master plan that also deals with emergencies too, like what happens if a war broke out or something, right? If there's a natural disaster, you know, they got to have a master plan that accounts for all of these different things, not just how to do the construction, but how to run the municipality. And they submit their master plan to the county. The county creates a master plan based on all the master plans from all the municipalities within it. They send it up to the state. The state creates a master plan based on all the counties and all the municipalities' master plan. And then they send it up to the federal government. And then the federal government has a national master plan as well. All right. Now, zoning. Zoning are rules and regulations. They're laws and trust that from the government that dictate what kind of structure can be built where and what its purpose that it can be used for. And they only allow different kinds of properties to be in certain districts or designated zones. This is why they call them zoning laws or zoning ordinances. And we have a lot of different classes of zoning ordinances along with subclasses. For example, here's some of the common ones. We have the residential, commercial, mixed use, industrial, institutional, recreational zones, right? Now, within those are subclasses. For example, let's look at residential for a second. If you've got a property that's in a residential zone, does that mean you could build any kind of residential structure there? No. We have R1 for single family homes, R2 for 2-family, 3-family, apartment buildings, high rises that are for residential, apartment complexes, right? I mean, you can't just put an apartment complex in the middle of any residential zone. You can't just put a multi-family house in the middle of a single family residential zone, can you?
I guess you can, but it's not going to be easy.
No, you can't. The different zoning would not allow it. You could only build a structure where the zoning, that's why if it's zoned residential, there are subclasses of zoning. You'll see in tax records too, you'll see if it's listed for R1, R2, R3, R4. Those are different types of structures that are allowed to be built in the different residential areas. So residential has different areas, like this area is zoned only for 1-family houses. This area is zoned only for 2 or 3-family houses. This area you could put 4-family houses and above, you know, but you can't put high rises here. High rises have to be built in a different area, you know, so they could put different zones within the municipality dictating where the different types of structures can be built. Okay. Now, they do this for multiple reasons. They do it for health and safety reasons, but they also do it for valuation to preserve values of communities. Let's take a look and see what's going to happen here. Once again, politics affects us a lot. there was something that that President Obama tried doing a couple of years ago under the Biden, Obama-Biden administration. They tried doing away with single-family residential zones. All right. Now, this didn't get anywhere, but they were trying to pass some regulations to try to say that you could put up apartment buildings in the middle of a single-family neighborhood. What would that do to your property values if they did
Bring
that?
the value way down.
They don't bring the value way down. Well, guess who's president now? You know, Biden's got elected in there, and he's vowing to try to put these policies in place. When President Trump was against them, putting apartment complexes in the middle of residential, he's basically trying to do away with suburban neighborhoods. Okay. And by doing so, that's going to bring down the values of properties for people. You're not going to be able to have a neighborhood where you just have single family homes. Okay. That's going to be doing away with those communities altogether. Okay. Now, when Trump was trying to preserve that, he was called racist for doing it. He's like, oh, that's racist. I don't know how that's racist. It has to deal with structures. Okay. So I mean, anybody can live in a single family home. Right.
Well, I guess he's talking for, so, you know, because I mean, even though we understand that they have all of these different guidelines and regulations, redlining, block busting up the block and all, people find ways to get around it. So I guess, you know.
Well, prices are way too high. They need to come down. It's got to a point where
that's tactic.
Back in
the
90s, they were cheap, but now they're out of. You cannot even earn a living to afford a home. So the prices need to come down dramatically.
Well, I agree with you on that, but what does that have to do with racist regulation? Calling it a racist regulation?
I'm not saying
that has to deal with
house prices need to come down.
That has to deal with statewide. That affects everything.
They need to drop like crazy because they gotten way out of proportion to income. Where
and what do you think is causing that?
Inflation and the market, stock market also is called.
That's bringing up the property values and the taxes. I mean, property values in New Jersey, they're not shooting up like that. You know what is shooting up and making it less affordable?
What?
The taxes are. We're one of the highest tax states in New Jersey. Didn't you see the article I posted on our Facebook page the other day? New Jersey was ranked #1 on the state that most people are leaving due to the taxes.
That's true.
You know, I seen another news report last night. Maybe I'll post it up on our Facebook page. Had to deal with government regulations. You know, I try posting them on our Facebook page if they don't talk about politics too much, though, because I don't want people to start thinking that I'm trying to advocate for one side or another. I just want you guys to be aware of how politics does play a role in real estate, though.
Yeah.
You know? That's the only reason why I talk to you guys about it. I don't care if you're left, right, in the middle, or don't care about it.
Right.
It is important for us to be aware, though. If you're going to be in the property industry, you got to be aware of it. You can't just be ignorant of politics. You got to be aware of how the different decisions can affect us. You know, usually in presidential election years, those are usually the best years for us in real estate. Why? Because whoever the president is at the given time, they try to do whatever kinds of modifications they can to within their powers to make housing to increase housing sales and affordability. Why? Because if housing is selling like hot potatoes, guess what it's doing to the rest of the economy? It's giving it a stimulation.
Yeah.
Right. Now, our economy was not being stimulated this year because of huge housing sales. You know, there was a lot of other things that were going on. You know, we had the, a lot of red tape that was cut, businesses coming back to America and all that stuff. And the economy was booming until we got hit by a virus, right? So there's a lot, this year is all messed up. You know, there's memes about that. There's enough memes. You all know that 2020 was screwed up, right?
Yeah.
For various reasons. All right. But usually presidential election years are the best years for us here in real estate, because whoever's in power will try to tweak whatever they can to make it better. Let me give you an example. remember when President Obama was first elected? You guys know how much money you needed to have to put down to buy a house using an FHA loan?
3.5%.
No, it was only 3%. But when he got elected, he raised it to 3.5% down payment required.
No, he raised it to 3.5.
He raised it to 3.5% down payment requirement.
Mm.
Now, what happened in the year coming up to his reelection? He lowered it back down to 3%. Now, why would he do that? He's the one that raised it. Why would he lower it back down?
So he could get the people back.
To stimulate the real estate. because what was going on? We had a market crash that was going on, right? But if you lower the amount of money that's needed to buy a house, it becomes more affordable. So people go out and buy houses, right? So, and you guys recall what happened after the election? He raised it back up to 3.5%. See, little things like this, people don't even catch.
Yeah.
You know, because they're so nuanced that people don't even pay attention to it. But these are things, I don't care. This is just an example of what presidents do. I'm not picking on Obama or nothing.
You're right.
I'm just saying these are things that all presidents do.
They do.
You know,
but let me tell you, I worked in
political
corporate.
games.
I worked in corporate down in Newark, MBNA. When they shut down the site, so you know we had all this money that we generated through our 401k. Mm-hmm. Do you know that new year, whatever year it was that we had the shutdown, all that money that was given to that we earned for our investments was taken because Obama signed something into law. They took so much money. It was ridiculous. It's like they took that money back. It was like they took the money back. But that was in our 401k, you know, but we severed from the company. Mm-hmm. It's just crazy, the games that they play. Well,
this coming year is going to be an interesting one for us here in real estate. Okay, as we get our vaccines for the COVID and all that stuff rolls out, and you know, so the COVID regulations, they should be rolling back sometime. I don't know when. You know, I don't know how long that we need to be shut down. We shouldn't have even been shut down to begin with. You know, but all of a sudden, you know, we're going to see what's going to happen. We're going to see what's going to happen because there's a lot of stuff on the table that has to go on with real estate that could affect our taxes. Can taxes affect the values of your property?
Absolutely.
Yeah, they can. We got people moving out of the state like crazy because of it.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think is going to happen when he's promising right now to open our borders up? Did you see that?
No.
Right now we have from Guatemala, there's a caravan immediately for 8,000 people that are headed towards the United States right now to cross our borders. And Biden, for some reason, you know, they did I seen an interview with one of the migrants the other day who said Biden's giving us 100 days to get to the United States so that he'll give us a path to citizenship and we're going to get welfare benefits.
A lot of money.
And but hold on a second, stop. I mean, why is he reaching out to South America, telling them, trying to encourage them to come up here to violate our laws? You know,
yeah, why?
To give our benefits. Well, the thing is, who's going to pay for those benefits?
Us.
And where do they get the money from?
But then when you say
where do they get the money from?
Taxes.
Our
taxes. Okay. So let's see what's going to happen to our taxes. If our taxes go up further in New Jersey, you think we're going to be selling a lot more homes for people that are getting out?
So I don't understand why people don't understand that. Like, if you know people are,
listen,
it's crazy.
It's human nature. People don't like to change their teams. If you root for a football team, you love that football team even if they suck, right?
Yeah, they do.
You know, you're loyal to it, right?
Yeah.
Look, if you're a Republican, if you're a Democrat or what have you, why are you rooting that way? Probably because your parents did, right? I mean, a lot of people don't even know why. They just inherit. They do whatever their parents did, and it just runs on and on and on. You know, people don't really think for themselves that much, and it's tough to change your opinion. You know, if you, I'm a fan of psychology. I like to observe humans. And when we observe the human behavior, it is very difficult for people to change their minds once they have them set. You know, it's like you could show them evidence and stick it in their hand and they still don't want to to believe it. And this is a very important thing that I found it helped me a lot in real estate sales.
Yeah.
Because understanding human psychology can help you guys a lot as salespeople when trying to convince people of the value of a property, trying to get them to sell a property or buy a property, understanding where people are coming from as well. These are important factors for us or anyone in sales. Here's a little, if you guys get the proper training from your brokers, they'll teach you all your ins and outs that you need to know. But you could also go to these professional trainers like David Knox or Floyd Wickman, and they teach you things like voice inflection. Look, when you guys are on the phone, if you're calling from the office, if you're on a phone like this, all right, see how I'm hunched over and I'm talking on the phone like this? Does my voice sound too bright right now when I'm talking to you, or does it sound like I'm probably depressed? You know, but look what happens when I sit up and I stand up and my back is straight. What happens to my voice right now? My voice sounds a little bit more commanding. It sounds a little more fuller, right? And that's just from me changing my posture. That's not even me just, you know, your voice changes when you're just down like this versus if I keep talking and my voice comes up like this. Your voice, your posture can make a big deal. Have a mirror at your desk when you're dealing and calling people in sales, and do this. Look in the mirror and smile, and look at yourself, smile for a second before you make a phone call. It's going to change the way that you sound. It's going to change your attitude when you're on the phone with somebody. Sit up straight, smile, and now talk to people. And now, you know, you sound a lot more welcoming than you did when you were down like this, you know.
Those help you build rapport. That's how you build the rapport. And
well, that's only part of it, you know, but just talking to people, you know, when you're not even meeting them and you're just talking over the phone, it could make a big difference, you know. Here's one. I'm not mocking people, but this is actually a sales tactic. I learned this at the which school was this? It was a Dale Carnegie school of sales. Okay. I went to this Carnegie sales class, and one thing they taught you there, just like Floyd Wickman and David Knox do as well, is voice inflection, you know, the different ways with the mirror and all that. But they taught us something too there it was interesting. They just said you got to be careful with this one, because if people catch you, it could be, you know, catch that you're doing it. They could take it that you're that it could be deemed insulting. Okay, so don't overdo it. You ever talk to people and they got a little bit of an accent?
Yeah.
You ever talk to people that talk very quiet and mousy, and they're very quiet, and they got a very quiet demure? And then you got those other people that they're very loud and boisterous all the time. It sounds like they're always shouting when they're talking to you.
Yeah.
Right? You know what? Try to mirror the way they talk. In sales, people will trust you more. This is a psychology thing. People will trust you more and believe what you say more if you sound like them. I'm serious. If they're loud talkers, start talking loud like them, but don't try to overdo it, that like it seems like you're forcing it, okay? Because then they're going to be like, what are you doing? Are you mocking me? You know, so, you know, look, they taught the same thing even with, you know, if somebody's a quiet talker, lower your voice and talk quieter to them. And you know, they'll better receive your message than if you're screaming at them, right? And the same thing is if people have accents, you know, and I've done this with people. I've done it with people who got like Southern accents. I've done it with people who have Indian accents, and it works, you know. Just don't overdo it. You try to mirror their accent a little bit, but you got to be good at it, because if you, so practice this stuff, don't turn it on too much. Because, you know, if you try like turning on an Indian accent on a person, you know, it's like, what are you, making fun of me or something? You know, you mocking me? You know, you got to be careful that you don't overdo it. All right. You overdo it, then it could be insulting. Right. So make sure that you just mirror it just a little bit, and you're going to watch the people are going to receive your message a lot better. It's really interesting. listen, make a game out of it. It's real estate. It's a game. It's sales. If that person, worst case scenario, you lose them, you get somebody else, right? But try it out. What do you got to lose? You know, try it out. It's all these thousands of dollar classes. I mean, this class was a couple $1,000s that I took that was teaching us things like this. You know, I didn't pay it. Some mortgage company paid for for some of our agents to go. So I was like, sure, I'll go. I was the only agent that went from my office. The hell, free training that normally costs a couple $1,000. I'll go. You know, why not? I'm not paying nothing for it. So try it out. It does work. It does work. Anyway, moving along. So we have mixed uses of zoning here. So can you put a commercial building in the middle of a residential neighborhood?
No.
Okay, so just like you can't put a commercial building in the middle of a residential neighborhood, there's those subclasses of zoning that if you have a building that does not fit in a certain subclass, like a single family area, you can't put a multifamily house in a single family area. Plus they have different regulations for them. The size of the lot has to be a different size for a single family versus the minimum lot size for a multifamily house. Okay, this is all part of the zoning regulations. Okay, so by just allowing multifamilies and single family zones, you may not have a large enough lot to meet the regulation requirements. And if they start changing those regulation requirements, it's going to start really screwing up the neighborhood now, as you have too small of a lot. You're squeezing in these big structures on these tiny lots, and pretty soon you got no privacy. You stick your hand out the window and you're touching your neighbor. You could shake their hand. You know, that's no good, right? You get a little privacy. You don't want to be taking a shower and you look out the window and there's their shower window, right? All right. So public land use controls, part of that is the zoning ordinances. So let's turn the page. Oh wait, let's highlight at the bottom of the page. Zoning ordinances are laws of the local government authorities, such as municipalities and counties, that regulate and control the use of land and structures within the designated districts or zones. Now, here's a little interesting factoid that I looked up that you're not going to get on exam, is that zoning, New Jersey never had zoning ordinances. They were first introduced in 1967. And that doesn't mean that they had them in 1967. Now they were all over the state. No, in 1967 was our first zoning law. I think it was in Trenton. And that's the first municipality that had introduced the first zoning law. Okay. What are zoning ordinances? They're powers given to the government to dictate what can be built where and what kind of structure can be used, everything from what kind of construction materials and how the buildings can be assembled. You know, those are the construction regulations, right? And it's supposed to be for the greater good of the public, right? So even today, we're still creating zoning laws in different municipalities, and they vary from municipality to municipality. There's no statewide common zoning regulation. Those regulations are set by each municipality. So if something is non-conforming, if it's a non-conforming use, that means it does not meet the current zoning requirement, but then again, it does not have to, because that structure was built there before the zoning laws were created. So therefore, you don't have to tear it down and now put up a structure that meets the current zoning regulations. You're grandfathered for that use. Your use is allowed to continue because it's old, like your grandfathered, all right? So therefore, it's allowed to continue. Okay, so what is a non-conforming use? When you've been using a property for a purpose before the zoning laws were enacted or changed, and therefore its use is allowed to continue. Now, provided that you don't stop or change the use, it's allowed to continue. All right. Go down to where it says non-conforming use on page 132. And we're going to highlight from the first line, about 4 words in, a building that does not conform to the zoning use because it was erected before the enactment of the zoning law. Such a non-conforming use is allowed to continue. It is grandfathered. Okay.
Okay.
Now, what if I have a property and I want to build something now that does not meet the current zoning laws? Can I do it? I would try to have to get special permits to do it. That permit is called a variance. That a variance would allow me to vary from the current zoning regulations, but I would need a good reason to do that. Like I'm experiencing some sort of a hardship because of the zoning laws that they created. Here, let me give you an example of that. If I go to the whiteboard here, zoning. Is this the one for zoning? Yep. A setback. You guys know what a setback is? It's the distance from the property line that any structure can be built, right? Well, let's just say that this property, this municipality has a setback regulation of 30 feet, that you have to build at least 30 feet back from the property line. All right, that's good. This guy can do that. But what about this one, where he has a cliff or a mountain behind? He wouldn't be able to set the structure back 30 feet. Is he experiencing a hardship because of that zoning regulation that requires a 30-foot setback? You see how that, so he could file for a variance that would allow him to vary from the current zoning law, that he could build closer to the property line than normally allowed, because he's experiencing a hardship because there's a cliff or a mountain behind him that he couldn't. You guys understand? You following? That's the purpose of the variance. So it's a permit for a new use or purpose that does not meet the current zoning requirement, that allows you to vary from the current zoning laws. Okay. Now, who do you file with to get that permit? You got to file with the Zoning Board of Appeals. They're the ones who grant or deny variance permits based on a hardship, the need, by those impacted by the creation of the zoning regulations. And I just showed you a little drawing that gave you an example of that. So go down to the bottom of the page, and we're going to highlight on the second line in the second sentence there. Owners may appeal for a variance from existing regulations to allow a use that does not meet the current zoning requirements. We'll just leave it at that. And now we're also going to back up above the page, above non-conforming use. This is something we've seen in chapter 4, but it's a good definition. It's just another example of where zoning laws were, if you don't oversee the regulators, how they could be misused, even though it's debated if that was their intention at all, to try to use it in a discriminatory way. The end result was there was discrimination. Exclusionary zoning. Remember that from chapter 4? Here's a good definition for it. So I'm going to have you highlight it again. Exclusionary zoning was sometimes used in the past to keep low-income or moderate-income families out of suburban communities, has been outlawed by the, and then go to the line below and highlight Mount Laurel decisions.
Where you please?
Above non-conforming use on page 132.
That's okay.
You see it?
That's okay.
Got it?
Yep.
Okay. It's just, we highlighted it in chapter 4, but I think it's a better definition here, the way that they have it worded here. So, a discriminatory zoning practice that was outlawed by the Mount Laurel decisions. What do we call it?
Exclusionary zoning.
Exclusionary zoning. There you go. Probably an exam question. Okay. So Mount Laurel decisions prohibit exclusionary zoning practices, which were a result of zoning power abuse. Okay. They required a larger lot size in order for people to be able to build, but they didn't provide a range of lot sizes throughout the municipality. So if you wanted to build anywhere in Mount Laurel, it had to have been you had to have a large lot. So they were effectively pricing poor people out of those neighborhoods, right? Or out of the town, okay? So Mount Laurel decisions prohibit exclusionary zoning, which is a result of a zoning power abuse. Here, let me further clarify that in this slide. A zoning power abuse requiring larger lot sizes anywhere in a municipality effectively pricing poor people out of neighborhoods who could not afford them. So they have to provide a range of housing, a range of zoning in the municipality, and then that would have been fine, but they didn't do that. So there's an example of an abusive zoning law. Now, I don't think that was Mount Laurel's intention. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. However, the end result was people were discriminated against, okay? All right, so let's see. Subdivision regulations would cover everything from the grading of the streets, you know, the grading of the ground, alignments, surfacing of the streets and the street widths, the building of highways and other rights of ways, installation of sewers and water mains, minimum and maximum lot sizes and density area ratios. Oh, whoa, what is all that? Okay, we're going back to this whiteboard here that I created. Here's what a setback is. It's a distance from the property line that any structure can be built. We don't only have front setbacks, we also have side and rear setbacks too. And that varies depending on your municipality, how much. I live in Linden. In Linden, I'm not sure what the front setback is, but the side setback is 6 feet. Like I want to build a shed in my backyard, it has to be 6 feet off the property line. That's the local code. But let me ask you guys a question. If you build a fence, can you build a fence on the property line?
On the property line? No.
You put it, yeah, if you're building a fence, you're putting a fence up, can you put it right on your property line?
Yes.
I said no. What you say? Yeah, no.
Yes.
You got to check with your municipality. I don't know.
Yeah, I was.
Every municipality has their own code. Some will allow you to put it right on the property line. Some want you to be a couple inches off of it.
Right.
Wow.
Because what if your neighbor wants to put up a fence too? You can't both be on the property line.
Right.
Follow?
Yeah.
So, but it varies depending on the municipality. You'd have to check what your local ordinances say. So my answer is, I don't know. You got to always check this stuff out, guys. You can't ever assume. Remember what I said about assuming, right? All right. So frontage is the width of the front of the lot. And what do we call that first 6 feet of your property that could be used for utility lines to be running over it? You know, like the gas, water, etc.
Eminent domain, was it?
Oh, an easement and gross. Easement and gross. It's your property, but that anywhere where you got the gas lines or power lines or anything like that running over your property, what do we call a utility easement? It's an easement in gross. Right? What do we call the width of the front of the lot?
The frontage.
Frontage. So if you have 50, your lot is 50 feet wide, we say that you have 50 front feet. And if you see a measurement like this, 50 by 100, that first number is always the width of the front of the lot. You guys got that? If you see a measurement like this, 50 by 100, that means that you got a perfectly rectangular lot. And the first number is the width of the front of the lot. Lots can be irregular lot sizes. They could be a flag lot like this. It could be different shapes. They're not always square or rectangular. If that's the case, you could see descriptions in tax records like 50 by IRR. It stands for irregular shape. Or sometimes you could have a lot that's curved like this. This is like my house. So I live on a curved street. So the front of my lot is actually a curved shape like this. See, there's going to be a lot of different shapes to the lot sizes that you have. Now, zoning regulations could restrict what can be built where, right?
Mhm.
Here's an example in the Colonia Estates section, just outside of Edison, on the Edison-Colonia border, on New Dover Road. This is New Dover Road, how New Dover Road winds, you know, where it goes from Edison to Colonia. Well, you get into that rich area. There's a section there called the Colonia Estates section. We're talking about, you got multi-million-dollar homes in there. They're hidden away. You may be able to see a road going off to them. If you guys ever drive down Route 27 towards Rawway,
Yes.
and you know where the golf course is on the left-hand side over there, and you got the train
Yep.
on the right-hand side.
Mhm.
You know, there's that one point where there's that overpass where the road crosses over.
Yeah.
If you were to stop, you could make a turn over there. There's a little side road that takes you into the Colonia Estates section. There's multi-million-dollar homes in there.
Mm.
Yeah. I seen them.
They're hidden away back there. Take a ride down those roads. It's a big winding road like that, okay? But just before you get out in the Edison area, here's the road going towards Edison. On the left-hand side within the Colonia Estates section, there's a little road that takes you to an area where there's your average price homes, your regular moderate homes, right? But right across the street, this highway, now at this point it's raised. So one side of the road cannot see the other side of the road, okay? So here's a one big property. This guy's got his big expensive multi-million-dollar home here. And he cannot see across the street to this side where all these average price homes are. Well, I have this one home over here. There's this one girl that was in one of my classes one time, and she told us a story in this class when we were talking about these topics. And she said that they had a garage, and their garage was old and it was falling apart, and her dad was afraid it was going to fall on somebody and kill him. So her dad tore down the garage. He was going to build a new garage once he saved up the money. So he tore down the garage, and the next year he saved up the money that he went to the city to go get a permit to build a new garage. And the city said no. They said, according to the zoning law, your lot size is not big enough to even have a garage there. And he's like, whoa, wait a minute. I already have a garage. I tore it down because it was listing to the side. It looked like it was going to fall over. And they're like, well, we don't have any permits on record of you doing demolition. You tore down the garage without a permit.
Oh, Jesus.
He could have gotten fined for that, but they didn't. Thank God. They didn't fine him for that. But they're like, well, you don't have a lot size large enough to build a garage. And he's like, well, I still got the foundation there. They said, so you still have the foundation. They're like, well, we could issue you a variance then that would allow you to build another garage there, even though the current zoning law, according to the zoning law, you don't have a wide enough lot to have one. We could grant you a variance that would give you the permission to do so. Now, the one thing is, when they grant you a variance, you have to send out a letter to everybody within 300 feet of your residence, of your property, telling them that you got a variance from the city to build whatever it is that you need to build or want to build. And you're notifying all the residents in the area. As long as none of the residents have a problem with it, he could build a garage. Well, guess what? Nobody had a problem with it except for this guy
Oh, Jesus.
who's across the street who can't even see that property.
Wow.
So what happened? Well, as far as I know, he never built the garage.
Oh.
Now, if somebody objects to it, you can take them to court and have them state what their objections are. But, you know, her father wasn't going to take a day off of work and try to arrange this and hire a lawyer and go there and deal with all that. didn't have all that money to do that. So last I heard, the garage was never built. Did he ever take it back to court and follow up with it? I don't know. He could have, because if somebody ever objects to you building something, you could try to take them to court and have them explain their objection to see if it's legitimate or not. Right? So, but can it have an effect? Yep. As far as I know, he never built it.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
So these are how the zoning and permitting and variances work. Okay. Now, building codes. All right. So where it says building codes in your book on page 133, I want you to write this next to it: UCC, Uniform Construction Code, maintained and enforced by the DCA in Trenton, or just DCA. Okay, so just right next to the title for building codes in that big area, I want you to write UCC, Uniform Construction Code, and maintained and enforced by the DCA, Department of Community Affairs. So the UCC is the state's minimum standard for construction that all municipalities have to follow. All building inspectors, all state inspectors, everybody, contractors, when they do work, they have to follow what the building codes are. So who maintains this database of the state's minimum standard for construction?
Department of Community Affairs.
The DCA, the Department of Community Affairs. So what do we call the state's minimum standard for construction? Their construction code?
Uniform Construction Code.
The UCC, Uniform Construction Code. Okay.
Building code. Headed. So you would say the Uniform Construction Code is headed or overseen by DCA?
Yep. They're the ones that maintain that database. They're the ones that license inspectors. So if you got your own home inspector, or if it's a city or state inspector, who are they licensed through?
DCA.
The DCA. So if you ever got one that's trying to ask you for bribes in order to pass you on inspection, who are you going to report them to?
The DCA.
You could report them to the DCA or your local FBI.
You
These
said
are public officials that are abusing their power.
You said
And it does
FBI.
happen.
Like Federal Bureau of Investigation?
Yeah, FBI. We got FBI branches in New Jersey throughout the state.
Yeah.
You know,
Mhm.
we got one in Newark. There's one in
Yeah.
Trenton. They're around.
So wait, why are we sending them to the FBI? Why are we reporting it to the FBI? What, the building?
When you have a public official that's abusing their
public
powers, they're going to
Oh, okay.
investigate it.
Yeah. I got you.
DCA can just fire them and take away their licenses.
Yeah, I didn't hear you say.
The FBI will investigate them and throw them in jail.
Right. Yeah.
Right? We want to take action against people who have power over us that are going to abuse that power, don't we?
Yeah.
You know, unfortunately, I've come across instances of this before, and I didn't report it to the FBI. I just went to their bosses and I tried to get them sanctions and actions against them. I've had this happen one time in the town where I just reached out to the mayor, and the mayor immediately gave me my permits and he had them delivered to my house. But the guy still had his job at the end of the day.
Wow.
You know, so this is why it's important not just to report them to their bosses at the DCA, for those who oversee their licenses, but also to get them investigated.
Yeah, they're gonna get a slap on the wrist, like by
If anything,
yeah.
this one guy I had to deal with, he didn't even get a slap on the wrist, you know, because his whole family works down at City Hall and they basically gave him a pass. They're like, oh, we're sorry about that. Yeah. We know he could be inappropriate. Here's all of your here's all your permits. We're delivering them. You pass if you do your work. Don't worry about that. And in the meantime, he was at the time sexually harassing my wife. You know, he said he wasn't going to give us a permit for the work that we did on the house. He wasn't going to give us the certificate of occupancy permit that had passed the inspection unless she agreed to go on a date with him.
Whoa.
What kind of scumbag is that?
Okay.
right? So I immediately called up, pissed off. I called up the mayor, and the mayor just got them delivered to me, you know, thinking that he would also get fired. Nope, didn't get fired. So he was still at his job, but eventually he got thrown in jail because he got caught trying to bribe other people, and somebody reported it to the FBI, and the FBI investigated it. They did a sting operation, and he went to jail.
See?
Yep. Let me see if I can find it online real quick.
Wow.
FBI city inspector arrested in sting taking bribes. Linden, New Jersey. That's pretty descriptive.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we just do a little search here, right? You can see, actually we find a lot of these bribes inspectors. Look at this. Look at all these, this is all New Jersey.
Mm.
All right. Let's see. Building inspector admits taking bribes. So Linden building inspector admits taking bribes. Okay. Faces up to 10 years in prison after pleading guilty to a charge he accepted bribes in construction exchange. Well, he was also in an FBI sting.
Dang.
There we go. Yeah, that was the guy's name. FBI. Okay.
You wash my hands, I wash yours. Mm.
Well, basically, he told the guy was posing as a builder, that investor builder, and he wanted to get this project done. And so he was meeting with the city inspector. City inspector said, hey, listen, you know, a lot of this work, you know, that you're going to need is going to require a lot of permits, you know, and things can get really bogged down at City Hall, and it can take a long time for this stuff to get through. But if you know the right wheels to grease, things can move a lot smoother. And then he asked for a cash bribe. And when he got busted, he didn't know that builder was an FBI agent posing as a builder. All right. Anyway, so moving along. So after you get your construction done, you have to get a city inspection done, or state inspection, depending on what type of structure and where. So your local municipality will send out code enforcement officials to do the inspection of any work that's been done before they issue a permit that the building can be used. Now, if your municipalities, not all municipalities have their own code enforcement officials. So if they don't, and they don't share services with a neighboring municipality of their inspector, then who's going to inspect the work? They're going to send out an inspector from the DCA. A state inspector will come out and perform those inspections. Okay. And then when you pass the inspection, they give you a CO, certificate of occupancy, sometimes referred to as a certificate of compliance or a continued certificate of compliance, depending on the municipality. So let's just highlight under building codes in the second paragraph, certificate of occupancy, CO or COC, for an altered building, a certificate of compliance. Now talking about environmental issues. So New Jersey recognizes the balance between legitimate commercial use of land to that of the need to preserve the vital resources in the planet, right? Everything from protecting the state's air, water, and soil. So New Jersey is the most populated, densely populated state in the nation. You guys know that?
Really?
We're the most densely populated state. We have so many people living within a close proximity.
I thought it was New York.
No. New York, for the size of it, New York has these huge mountainous areas and farmland. You ever see upstate New York? They have such large areas that are undeveloped. They're either farmland or homes built far away from each other. You have, what do you call it? What's that mountain range called? Oh God, I'm going blank right now. They got this huge mountain range too, where I used to go hiking in upstate New York and camping.
Catskills.
well, you got the Catskills, but there's something else too. They got the there's that range that goes from New York all the way down to like
Adirondacks, right? The Adirondacks.
yeah. You're getting it. You're Adirondacks. The Adirondacks.
I never figured out how to say that word.
Yeah, the Adirondacks. Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful, and there's nothing anywhere. All it is undeveloped nature, raw land. Right now, did you know that the majority of New Jersey is undeveloped?
Wow.
We're the most densely populated state, but the majority of the state's undeveloped.
It's crazy.
We have all these protected lands. The Pine Barrens. You guys ever go to the Pine Barrens or drive through them?
Mm-mm.
The Pine Barrens of the state. It's beautiful. Forest. Okay. That's where we get our old the tales about the Jersey Devil. You guys know about the Jersey Devil, right?
Mm-mm.
No.
What? You never heard about the Jersey Devil? Mm-mm-mm.
Nope. Tell us about it.
Well, you guys can go do a little of your own research, okay? I don't have time here to do that, but you can look up the tale of the Jersey Devil by looking up at weirdnj.com.
Okay. And what you say, Pine Barrens?
Yeah, the Pine Barrens.
Okay.
Okay. Beautiful area in the state. So you guys ever hear of this website, WeirdNJ?
Mm-mm.
It used to be a magazine. Now they're available online about all kinds of, like some of them are folklore. Some of them are tales about how do we get the Jersey Devil? How did we get that mascot? It's actually a folk tale about this mythical creature.
Or Mary Yoo-Hoo. What about Mary Yoo-Hoo?
About who?
Mary Yoo-Hoo. You never heard of her?
Mary Yoo-Hoo?
Yes.
No, but there's also, look, they've got some strange stories there, and there's some stories about history too in New Jersey, which are interesting. Here's our abandoned, what's that, Uppsala College, ancient mysteries, bizarre beasts in New Jersey, cemetery safari, fabled places. What's that place? I think it's in North Brunswick or East Brunswick, where there is a grave in the middle of a parking lot. I think it's North Brunswick. You guys ever see that in the movie theater, the Lowe's movie theater parking lot? There's actually a grave site there at the Lowe's theater parking lot.
Wow.
But here's all
Wasn't there
kinds
a house or something, and then they moved, but they're great. They buried her in the backyard, but then they moved.
Well, yeah, I mean, years and years and years ago, there was the you could find this story somewhere here on Weird NJ. I forget her name. It's actually a very interesting story. It's actually a love story. There was this lady in New Jersey. Her husband was a sea captain or whatever, a ship captain. He went off on and he promised that when he came back from his journey that he would marry her, right? He never came back. We used to have a lot of sunken ships, you traveling overseas for supplies and all that. Could have been pirates, who knows, But anyway, his ship never returned. So they guessed that it sunk at sea. But every day she would go, there was an area over there where there's the river where she could see the mouth of the river where his ship would come in and he would return home. So she would go there and she would wait for him every day until the day she died, and that's at that site where she would always used to go. That's where they buried her. So she got buried on that property. Years and years later, that used to be, shows you how high the property used to be. Because it's actually a raised grave about 10-15 feet above the parking lot level. So that's how high the ground used to be there. So now it's that much lower, and it's a big parking lot. It used to be a swap meet, and then it became some other stores, the flea markets, and then it became I think it's a Lowe's movie theater or AMC movie theater over there. Search that website, you'll find it. You'll find the whole story about it. It's interesting little stuff. Maybe I'll find it during break and I'll post it on our Facebook page or something. So anyway, here's some hazardous materials. Let's get back to the class. Here's some hazardous materials in New Jersey or everywhere, but here's some hazardous materials used in construction. Okay, so the rest of this chapter is pretty much going to be going over these hazardous materials that we come across. Asbestos. You guys know what asbestos is? All right. So we're going to be going over asbestos, lead, radon, urea formaldehyde that comes from spray foam insulation, mold, carbon monoxide. It's a byproduct of unburnt carbon fuels or fossil fuels, which everything on this planet is what do you call it? Carbon based, unfully burnt carbon products. Electromagnetic fields, groundwater contamination, and underground storage tanks. So let's start off with the New Jersey recognizes need to balance, the places where we live and have businesses along with preservation of the Earth's natural resources. So the EPA, as well as HUD, has a booklet about the different hazards that you could find in construction and that the home buyers should be aware of. Here, I put these links here. They're available for you guys. You could use these brochures as content on your websites, on your own websites. It's good stuff to have, just content for people, right? New Jersey does have a plain language requirement that any contract to sell residential real estate in New Jersey has to use plain language, words that are common in the everyday English language that don't have a separate legalese meaning to them. The only problem with that is it only applies to properties valued under $50,000. Not many of those, are there? So that one pretty much isn't even mentioned in the book anymore. So we're going to go over these different types of other issues, starting with asbestos. Okay, where is asbestos in the book? Okay, so on page 134 at the bottom of the page, asbestos. We're going to highlight the first two lines underneath asbestos. It's a mineral used in insulation because of its resistance to fire, and it contains heat effectively. So therefore it's used as insulation on pipes, hot water pipes. We see that a lot, right? Before 1978, the year when the use of asbestos insulation was banned. Okay. So is asbestos a man-made product?
No.
No, it's not. It's a mineral.
Mineral.
See, not everything that'll kill us is man-made.
Right.
Asbestos does cause cancer if it gets into our body. If you breathe it in, asbestos fibers, let me see if I have this in the slides at all. Oh. I don't have any pictures of it here, so let me pull it up on the web browser, pictures of asbestos. Environmental inspection hazards is asbestos. All right, so let's take a look at the web browser. I got a couple things. This is the way asbestos fibers look under a well, asbestos fibers, let me see, they're mined. They come from the earth. Let's see. You see some strip mining facilities here, some pictures from getting asbestos. Let me try to see if there's any pictures of asbestos fibers here. I want to see some pictures of it under a microscope. On Wikipedia, nope. Let me just do a Google search. And we'll look up asbestos fibers. So you see how these asbestos fibers, they look like razor sharp snowflakes?
Ooh, yeah.
Right? If you breathe these things in, that's the way that it looks under a microscope. And if you look at asbestos fibers under a microscope like this, you could see that when you breathe it in, it gets stuck in your lungs. It creates scarring. That's when you start wheezing and you get that mesothelioma and lung cancer, okay? Makes it harder to breathe, okay? This is the way that it looks under a microscope. Okay, but they're basically, it looks like dusts in the air. I mean, you could be breathing it in. They're microscopic fibers. Okay, that's when it becomes dangerous. You see, we got a picture here. I got a little commercial too that I have to upload that I recorded from television about asbestos. That talks about all kinds of issues like this. See, they talk about how it gets into your lung tissue, it can get into your heart and your larynx. You get throat cancer, asbestos fibers. When you breathe them in, they get lodged in your esophagus. All right. We also see cases about people getting, women getting, what is it? The ovarian cancer, right? Right. How could you get ovarian cancer from asbestos? Well, you guys ever hear about those Johnson & Johnson lawsuits?
Oh yeah, the talcum.
The talc powder.
That has asbestos in it?
Well, where does talcum powder come from? Well, if we look, how does talc cause cancer? Well, you breathe it in, it's strip mined. It comes from the level above in the earth, just above where they get the asbestos from. So when the trucks are scraping it out of the ground, sometimes they scrape some of that asbestos fibers along with it. That's why the talc has to be filtered and filtered and filtered again. But even so, some of these microscopic fibers can get into the talc. So when people use talc, you know, it's all in the air, right? It's like talc is the softest mineral on the planet. So it gets in the air and you breathe it in. It could have some asbestos fibers in it that you're breathing in.
Yeah, because you know, back in the day, I know the elder people, they used to take a shower and put all that powder.
Yep. They use the talcum powder, you know, under the arms, you know, it's good for drying moisture. They use it on children, on babies, right? On their behinds, you know, when you're changing them. Women sometimes used it in their private areas. That's how it gets into you. If it comes in through your privates, you know, if it goes in through your lady parts, you know, and it gets up into your
reproductive organs,
into your reproductive organs, that's how it causes ovarian cancer.
Dang.
Okay.
Jesus.
So
my son says that he's in his break. He's like, what does that have to be with realtor classes?
Well, what does it have to do with real estate?
That's what I explained. It's asbestos. Yeah.
Well, what does it have to do with real estate class is a good question. I'm going to show you right now. First we have to explain why it's dangerous, and then we're going to talk about why it affects you in real estate. Well, asbestos is used in a lot of construction materials. Let's see. So, you know what? I have what about popcorn ceilings? You guys ever hear of popcorn ceilings?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. If you have popcorn ceilings, you know, and sometimes those popcorn ceilings are made out of asbestos. Now, afterwards, after they found out asbestos was dangerous, people could still get that popcorn ceiling look about the ceiling by mixing sand in with the paint or mixing paper. And then that's not dangerous like the asbestos was. But originally those popcorn ceilings were made out of asbestos. So you got to be very careful. Don't use vacuums or anything. You see, the good way to remove a popcorn ceiling is to, you know, wear a respirator mask. You got to dampen the ceiling to wet it so that the fibers don't become airborne. They'll just fall to the ground if they're wet. Okay, but if you see professionals should really do this. You really should not be doing this yourself. Wear the protective gear, the clothing. They usually put plastic all over the walls and the floor so it dust doesn't get all over the place. So that's just a way of how to clean it up. But look, asbestos popcorn ceilings. Here's the images of what that looks like. Here, these are popcorn ceilings. You ever see ceilings that got this kind of a texture to it?
Yeah.
That's a popcorn ceiling. These are popcorn ceilings.
Is that like stucco, same thing?
It's not. It's asbestos. No, no, it's got the same kind of a look of a stucco, but no, it's not. It's different. Stucco gets this look because it's actually a liquid form of concrete.
Okay.
This is a fiber that when you mix it with the paint, it gives this kind of a look. Okay, which are pretty much dust magnets anyway.
Yeah.
Right? So look, if you're going to be removing it, you see these guys. Look how they're. Oh, this is them spraying it on. Never mind. This guy right here is a moron.
He don't have no mask on or nothing?
He has no mask on. He's scraping the ceiling. That's stupid.
Oh.
That's dangerous. That's a good way to get cancer.
Who does that? I mean, well, I don't know. People do it, obviously.
See, this is, if they're going to be removing that stuff and scraping it from the ceilings, they're wearing these Nomex suits. They're taping off doorways with plastic and putting the plastic all over the area because you don't want to breathe that stuff in. Often when they're removing it in houses, they even put caution signs outside of the house, warning signs, and the police tape outside that caution asbestos removal in progress. Okay, you see how they tape it up inside? They tape up all the windows, the walls, and everything when they're doing the removing to scrape it from the ceilings.
Yeah.
See that?
Yeah.
So, asbestos is also used more commonly as insulation on pipes. So, let me see if I have the pictures of that. Well, let's look it up. Asbestos pipe insulation. So it's basically an asbestos wrap. If you were to look at it, let me just leave. All right, so here's some pictures of asbestos insulation on pipes. See, this one over here, it's falling apart. If you were to look at these images of it, it kind of looks like cardboard that's wrapped around a pipe, doesn't it? But it's like a white or grayish color. Well, that's because it is like a cardboard material that has asbestos fibers packed inside of it, and they wrap it around the pipes. But as those asbestos gets old or people disturb it, they cut away. Like over here, you had that beam, so it couldn't wrap all the way around the pipe, so it was cut away, and then it starts falling apart. When it's falling like this, the asbestos can fall out. It gets airborne when it gets disturbed at the end of pipes when they work on pipes and plumbing. And when that asbestos gets airborne, that's when it becomes a danger. Okay, when it starts falling off like this. Okay, that's when it becomes a danger, when it gets, when that dust can get in the air.
Right.
So what can you do? Well, you see over here, they wrapped it actually. They wrapped it and they sealed it. You have two options with the asbestos, okay? They can either encapsulate it by wrapping it with a hard finish. I'll show you asbestos pipe insulation encapsulation. Or they could remove it. Those are the two options. And either way, when they're working on it, it's expensive. Now look at the way that it looks when they're doing the when they encapsulate it. You can't even see that it looks like the cardboard wrapped around the pipe, right? Because they wrap it with this other material, and the pipe all of a sudden got a lot thicker, right?
Right.
Because they wrapped it with an additional material, and you can't really read this, but this is basically an asbestos encapsulation system. So this way you could keep that great insulator, because asbestos is an awesome insulator. It's one of the best.
So are we still using it here in Jersey a lot, or?
It was banned for use in 1978.
Oh, with the lead?
But there's a lot of properties out there that still have it. So what can you do? You could either remove it, which can be expensive, or you can encapsulate it and keep that good insulator, but they wrap it so it doesn't become a danger. Okay. Now you're better off just removing it though. Why do I say that? Because unfortunately, a lot of buyers, especially first-time home buyers, will get scared when their home inspector tells us, oh, this is asbestos, even though it's safe now because it's been encapsulated. They're going to say asbestos, and people are like, well, doesn't that stuff cause cancer? Yeah, it does. Well, I don't want to buy a house that's got asbestos causes cancer. They get scared, you know?
Yeah.
And unneedingly so, you know, because it's safe when it's encapsulated.
Right.
Okay. So what are the options if they have it? Encapsulation or removal.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if we look at the slideshow diagram that I have here, well, actually, asbestos was banned in 1978. It was used on pipe insulation, more commonly on pipe insulation, floor tiles, popcorn ceilings, insulation in the attic, on siding and roof shingles, okay? And when it's going to be removed, it has to be done by an EPA certified company. What does that mean? Money.
Yeah.
Now, I bought houses that I fixed and flipped, and I removed it myself. You know, basically, I wet it down. If it was on pipes, I basically did it myself. Saved myself a couple $1,000s by if the basement's not finished, I took a hose and I completely soaked it with water. I cut it with a razor blade. It fell to the ground like sopping wet newspaper. No dust, no danger. I scooped it up and I put it in a plastic bag. Now, it would have been illegal for me to throw it in the garbage.
Right.
So I took it down to the city dump and they gladly accepted it. But why is it illegal for me to put it in the garbage?
Because that's a contaminant.
Well, the garbage trucks, they would pick it up.
Yeah.
And it may be dry by then. They put it in there, rips the bags open. Now you got this cloud of asbestos dust going down the street. Maybe some garbage men on the back of the truck are breathing this crap in, as well as the traffic behind them, right? So it unneedlessly creates a danger. So, but it is legal, but to take it to the city dump, because what are they going to do with it anyway? Even those guys that do it, those EPA certified companies, when they remove it, what do they do with it? Well, they put it in plastic bags that have a label, hazardous materials. But you know where they take it? To the city dump.
Right.
And then they put it back to the ground, back to the earth it goes.
Mm-hmm.
From the earth it came, back to the earth it goes.
Mm-hmm.
So here's a picture, here's a cutaway that I found online that shows you where asbestos is used in construction materials. Everything from the backings of heating systems of the hot water heaters, or for where stoves are, you know, the reflectors behind wood stoves. How is it safe that they could be so close that it doesn't cause fire to the materials behind? Well, they put a layer of asbestos behind it. Asbestos was used under wood deck sheeting, or for roof gutters for behind them as a cement. It was used as shingles, asbestos shingles, or they got this blown-in insulation called vermiculite. Vermiculite is actually asbestos. Let me show you pictures of vermiculite. So if you guys ever are showing a house or you're going into the attic and you see this stuff, if you see this stuff just laying out there openly, you know what? Go out. Don't go there. You know, you disturb this stuff, it gets in the air, you're breathing that stuff in. All it is asbestos fibers. It's called vermiculite. They would just pour this stuff in between the beams in the attics. Okay. Let me see if you could see it. Vermiculite, I want to see it in the attic. Hold on. You see this? Here's a picture of it. In the attics, you see how it's just like loose? It looks like stones or something loose in the attic here. All right. Those are, or over here, this looks like asbestos. No, this isn't the guy's hand. Okay. But this stuff is dangerous to breathe in if it gets airborne, you know, so if you start disturbing it, you want to stay away from that stuff. You see it all over. You can see the dust all over the place. Okay. They would have to scoop it out and remove it. You know, they'd have to have those, you know, the masks on and those plastic suits, right? So that's the way that asbestos insulation in attics looks like. It's blown dust. It looks like dust or granules like this. Okay. I just want you guys to be able to identify these dangerous things so that you don't just go up walking around them and disturbing them. Okay. So that's asbestos as well. So let me see, other forms of asbestos. Well, asbestos tiles on floor. Floor tiles. See these kinds of floor tiles?
Yeah.
These are asbestos floor tiles. The thick ones, they get glued to the floor. Sometimes over the ages, they fall apart. Well, these are very low risk. See, different asbestos is rated at their different risk levels because these things don't really create dust. Not until you start tearing them up. You know, they're hard, they're compacted real tight, so it doesn't really become a dust. But if you start ripping up the whole floor like this, you're gonna get dust there. It's not too bright. Let me see. I'm sure you see a couple of people like ripping it up over here. Look at this. This ain't too bright. You know, it gets hot and you're working. It's not a good idea to have a fan going and a vacuum going, which does not have a HEPA filter in there that's to the small enough particles that it could filter out of asbestos dust. You're just spreading that dust throughout the air. You know, you don't do that when you're tearing this stuff up. You got to take precautions when tearing it up because that could be dangerous. All right, but itself, when these tiles are cracking and ripping up, you're better off just covering them up with another type of tile. But if you want to rip it all up, well, that's an option. But this is the right way to do it. You see these guys here? Right. You see the suits that they're in with respirators that they're wearing?
Right.
And they wet the floor down too, so that that it doesn't become an airborne dust. Okay. Actually, they put down a foam. All right. So there we go. There's that. Now, asbestos is also used in, let me see, gypsum board. Asbestos is used inside your heaters as the gasket covers for the doors and such. In electrical boxes and fuse panel boxes. Asbestos was used in a lot of products is the bottom line. Okay. So when you see it, what are the two options? Remediate to remediate it, removal, or encapsulation.
Encapsulation.
All right. Either way, it ain't gonna be cheap. So when you see a homeowner and they have that asbestos around pipes, you now know what it looks like. You could say, oh, that's asbestos. Don't be scared to walk into a basement that has asbestos pipes though. Even if you see it, it's not gonna kill you. All right. It takes exposure. You have to have a decent amount of this stuff in the air and you have to be exposed to it, you know? So, I mean, if you walk into a basement, all you see are clouds of dust, don't go in it, you know? But if you walk into a basement, you know, it's got asbestos wrapped around the pipes, don't disturb it. It won't get airborne. It won't be a danger to you. Just be like, oh, see, this is asbestos. You should probably get this stuff removed because a home buyer is going to want to, they're going to get an inspection. They're going to tell them to remove it. It's going to become an issue or it could scare away buyers. So you should probably address this issue before any inspections when you're selling a home. Get the asbestos removed. I know encapsulation is another option, but a lot of times home buyers will be scared because they hear the word asbestos and they freak out, right? Lead is another hazardous substance that's used in construction materials. Lead is a metal. Now, lead was used also in a lot of construction materials. And lead, if it's introduced into the human body, it could cause damage to the brain, kidneys, and the nervous system, and the red blood cells on anyone, but especially in children under the age of 6 who are still developing. I know they're developing even when they're in their teens still, you know, but it could cause serious developmental issues in very young children like that, okay? You ever do something real stupid? I mean, I used to have cousins that did this to me when I was a kid, you know. You do something real stupid. You do dumb stuff when you're a kid. But my cousins, they're great. They pick on us. You know, they're like, what the hell's wrong with you? What were you eating, lead paint chips when you were a kid? You ever hear anybody make a comment like that? What's wrong with you? What were you eating, lead chips when you were a kid or something? That's how they tease you, you know. I didn't get it when I was a kid when they make a comment like that, but now you do because you see the damage that the lead does if ingested. And kids love to put anything in their mouth. You see little children, they're looking at the windowsill, they're going to pick at the paint that's peeling up or cracking on the windowsills, right? And that's often where you would see it. Let me see. So let's take a look at the web browser again. Let's look at lead paint and let's see, inspection issues, lead. Where's lead? Here we go, lead hazards. Let's look at some, maybe some pictures I have here of cracking lead paint. Lead you usually notice on in door jambs and windowsills most, because that's where the it goes from the sunlight to the dark to the hot to the cold, and it starts cracking and peeling like this. But look, this is, I think, on the external of houses too. If you ever see paint cracking and peeling like this, that's lead. Okay, but you can't really tell for sure unless you test it. They do sell these pens, these they're like markers, and if you draw on the paint with this marker, if it turns red, it's an indication that it's lead. All right, but let's see, the kids, they'll pick at this stuff. The little children, if they see it on windowsills, they'll pick at this stuff and they'll put it in their mouths. And lead, any heavy metal introduced into the human body can be dangerous. Actually, you know what? I just realized where I have a lot of this stuff saved already. I was going to integrate it into my slideshows. So I already have a lot of these images saved. I don't got to be looking them up online. So environmental hazards, there we go. I got pictures of all this stuff. Well, not all of it. Lead. So lead was used everything from lead pipes, lead paint. Roofers used lead to where the roof meets the chimney. It's a soft, malleable metal. They could put a torch on it and even melt it. Look, little children, they pick at the lead, they put those things in there, they put everything in their mouths, right? And it becomes dangerous. Those chips, they could cause serious, serious medical issues for your children, for their brain, to their health. Lead on the outside of homes. There's an example of it, bad case of it. Should be scraped and painted over. Don't go vacuuming it. You try vacuuming it, now you're getting it in the air. Don't go getting all OCD and trying to sand it and get rid of all the lead, because now you're creating a dust that goes on the floor. It gets in people's hands. You could absorb it through your skin, through your pores then. Now it just became a lot more dangerous. What about the lead paint on the walls? We'll paint over it with another type of paint that's not lead based. And then you encapsulate it basically. So these are all pictures of lead paint on the external of buildings. You know that you can't get an FHA loan on a house if it has peeling paint like this. You're going to have to tell the owner to scrape it and paint it. Otherwise, no buyer is going to be able to get an FHA loan to buy a house, whether it's on the exterior or the internal, if it has lead paint that's peeling. See, here's the check. It looks like this. It's made by 3M, the lead check. It's looks kind of like a marker. It puts out this chemical, and when it touches lead, it turns red.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Red means lead. All right. Here's an example of it being used. You see that? How they're drawing it on there? And it's turning red. That's lead paint.
Oh, okay.
It won't turn color if it's not lead. That's lead paint. Here's lead pipes. These are what lead pipes look like connecting to a copper pipe. They just melt it around. Great fitting, huh? Oh my God, are you telling me that the water, that the pipes that deliver the drinking water to your house could be made out of lead?
Yeah, they got a big issue in North with the water with lead.
Yep, they had problems in Flint, Michigan with that stuff too.
Yeah.
So what do municipalities do? Some of the pipes, the main pipes that bring the water to your house and your community could be made of lead. That's why you should test your water. You could have, depending on the age of your house, you could have pipes that are made of lead in the house. And if you do, they should be replaced with copper or PEX, the plastic piping. If not, filter with water. You could use those zero water filters, do a great job of filtering all those heavy metals out. See, here's a copper pipe leading up to a lead pipe. So lead could still be getting introduced into the, even though you only have copper piping in your house, you could still have city pipes that are lead that are delivering the water to yours in some communities. The old lead pipe, new copper pipe. Here's the flashing on where the roof shingles meet the chimney, or in this case a wall. They're using lead because it's easy to cut and you could form it. It looks really nice. Creates a nice water insulator. See that? How they melted it around the corner here? Creates a nice, it's easy to work with. No sharp edges really.
So you can
how they melt it right to the brick.
What's
So
that, lead?
Waterproof. It's really good material. However, it's hazardous if you drink it, you know. I mean, on roof shingles and stuff like that, I mean, I don't see why they couldn't still use it, but whatever. Lead pipes, lead paint, that's where we most often see it. Okay, so let's see. Lead is another hazardous material is the bottom line. Come on, come on. Slideshow. All right, so lead is the only hazardous material used in construction that has a required disclosure. Lead-based paint and other known lead hazards must be disclosed. By the way, this is a great slide to study. We're going to highlight some stuff here, but this one slide is pretty much everything you need to know. Lead-based paint and other lead hazards must be disclosed to buyers and renters of residential properties built prior to 1978, and they must be given 3 things. What are those 3 things? The federal lead paint hazard disclosure. You can see a picture of it on 138. Well, that one's just black and white. I'm gonna pull one up and show you an actual picture of it in a moment. The lead paint booklet. Oh, I'm sorry, that's what's on 136 here. 138 is the disclosure. And a 10-day opportunity to conduct an inspection or waive that opportunity. Owners of property are not required to inspect for lead hazards. They're only required to disclose the presence of any known lead hazard in the property. You follow? And lead can be found in pipes, lead pipes, the flashing on roofs, solder that connects the pipes. This is why it's important when you see the solder that connects the pipes that they have lead-free solder now that you could use. Or drying agent. Lead was also used in paints and alkali oil-based paints as a drying agent and a pigment that adds the color. So let's take a look. See, we can pull up. Close it. All right, so let me pull up the information about that. I want to show you guys the disclosures. Give me 1 second here. Even you could see the disclosure on page 136. Here's a disclosure for the lead paint. It's in all 50 states. So even if you guys move to a different state and you want to do real estate in a different state, you have to give the lead disclosure statement, the pamphlet, and a 10-day opportunity or an opportunity to waive that inspection. 10-day opportunity to conduct an inspection or waive that opportunity, okay? So here is the lead pamphlet booklet. Protect your family from lead in the home. It's blue and orange in color. Comes from the EPA. It tells people about what the hazards of lead are, how it can be found, how to keep it from your kids, what to do in the event that you find lead in a home, the dangers that it creates, okay? Nerve damage, hearing problems, your slowed growth, it can stunt your growth, digestive issues, reproduction problems in adults. Lead can deal with high blood pressure, digestive problems, nervous disorders, memory and concentration problems, muscle and joint pain. Okay, and they talk about it, especially dangerous in children aged 6 to 12, but also from younger children. But it could affect anybody. Heavy metals in the body can kill you, and lead is a heavy metal. All right, so basically this is the lead pamphlet booklet we need to give to people, okay? That's the pamphlet. And here's the disclosure. There's the lead paint disclosure that we give to buyers, sellers, renters, landlords. It has to first be filled out by the owner of the property. Always filled out first by the owner. Why? Because look, first there's a little disclosure on here that says what the hazards of lead are, why it's dangerous. You put in, the owner fills out the property address, and then the owner fills this part out. Now they have to put their initials here, not a checkbox, guys. They put their initials in these 3 sections under seller's disclosure, A, B, and C. And then they would put a checkbox next to one of these options for A or one of these options for B. And C, there's no option. It's just, you got to check it. You just got to initial it. So A is what? Does the owner aware of any lead hazard in the home? Yes or no? Known or no knowledge? If they have knowledge, explain. And then they initial. Do they have any records or reports pertaining to inspections about lead in the home? Yes, no reports, or yes, they do, and explain and initial. And then have them initial here that if there's any change and they find out about lead in the home, that they're going to let the other party aware of it. Then the seller signs and dates, and their listing agent, that's you guys, would sign and date. And then you make this available to any potential buyers. This is why it needs to first be filled out by the owner of the property. Because what's the first thing here that you're asking the buyer or renter to acknowledge? That the purchaser has received copies of all the information listed above. And how could you do that if the seller never filled it out?
Right.
By the way, you know what happens if you do not have this form filled out and the property was built prior to 1978 and it's not in your listing folder or your transaction folder, whether you're the buyer's agent or renters or the owner or the listing agent? It's a minimum of an $11,000 fine. Minimum.
Wow.
So the paperwork needs to be filled out properly, and it needs to be filled out. If it's missing, or if it's improperly filled out in the wrong order, or not completely filled out properly, a minimum of an $11,000 fine. Could be a lot more. And so you're signing off that they got the information from above. You as the real estate agent gave them that lead pamphlet that I just showed you. And then they have to check one of these options and initial that you gave them a 10-day opportunity to conduct an inspection. Or if they want to get in that property any sooner, they could waive that opportunity to do a lead hazard inspection. Then the buyer's sign and date, their listing, their buyer's agent or renter's agent would sign and date as well. And that's it. That's the lead paint addendum. So what are the 3 things that we must give to buyers or renters and owners of property?
The pamphlet, the addendum, and the
And a 10-day opportunity to conduct an inspection or waive it.
disclosure.
All right. So let's do a little highlighting. Go to page 135, and at the last paragraph on page 135, you could either highlight the whole thing or put a box around it, which continues onto the next page. And everything above on page 136, above that picture of the pamphlet gets highlighted too, or you put it in a box as well. That's what explains all the requirements that you have to. If the property was built prior to 1978, you got to give the lead hazard disclosure, the booklet, and a 10-day opportunity to conduct an inspection or waive that opportunity. This will always be an exam question on all the exams that you take. Properties built before what year require the disclosure?
1978.
Okay. And what do you got to give to property owners for properties built prior to 1978?
The lead disclosure.
They got to fill out the disclosure. So what do you got to give to buyers or renters for properties built prior to 1978? The pamphlet, the book, the disclosure, the pamphlet, and the inspection opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You need to know those.
Okay.
Those 4 things you need to know. The 3 things to disclose and what year the property was built prior to.
What the buyer has the option of doing the inspection, not the seller don't have to pay for
No,
that.
seller doesn't. Seller's only obligated to disclose any knowledge that they have, or if they don't have knowledge.
Right.
They're not required to do any inspection.
Okay.
Now, what if you're not sure if the property was built prior to 1978 or not, but it could have been around there? Better safe than sorry. Have them fill it out and give out the disclosures.
Mm-hmm.
You follow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Next thing, radon gas. Under radon gas on page 136, on the second paragraph, the first line, you're going to highlight the first sentence. Remediation is indicated if radon levels measure 4 picocuries, 4 PCI or more. And a picocurie, as you can see on the slideshow here, is it's a measurement of gas. It's a minuscule measurement of gas in the air. It could be written as picocuries like this, the word, or it could be written as 4 PCI, or it could be written like this, 4 PCI/L. So that's 4 picocuries per liter of air.
Okay.
Now for this, I used to explain this all the time. I still do a little bit. Radon is an odorless, invisible, tasteless gas that comes from decomposing radioactive rock deep within the earth. That rock is called uranium. Radon gas does cause cancer and is dangerous at any level. So then how come they say a measurement of 4 picocuries or above is considered dangerous and requires remediation? Well, because the earth is a hostile environment. This is not man-made, guys. This is naturally occurring gas that comes from the earth. And you could be, there's areas of the state of New Jersey, you could be walking around outside and be exposed to radon. It's just in the air. Actually, anywhere in the United States. So I have here on page 139, there's a radon map, and here's a website link where you can see the latest one that's updated. Anytime that there are tests done for radon in a house, those tests are submitted to the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, the DEP, and they update this radon map. And then we also have a disclosure about radon that is in the seller's property condition disclosure report, which is found on page 159. If you go to page 159 in the book, you're going to see this disclosure. I'm going to open it up on screen as well. So when we go in for a listing, we want the owner to fill out a report like this. You see this, the seller's property condition disclosure statement?
Yes.
And we can't help the owner fill this out. It's where the owner discloses not just problems, but maybe any improvements or work that they've done on the house since they bought it. And did they get permits, who the contractors were. We cannot help the owners fill this out. And I usually have them fill this out while I'm going getting a listing. I keep them occupied by having them fill this out. And I tell them to be honest when filling this report out. It could limit their liability in the event that somebody sues them later, trying to claim that they didn't disclose something. So if you're honest and you disclose it here on this report, somebody can still sue you, but this will limit your liability to actual damages in the event you're found guilty of whatever, right? But if you don't have any kind of seller disclosure filled out like the law requires, courts can hold the homeowner liable for triple the actual cost of the damages. Ouch. So wait a minute, are we helping a homeowner limit their liability in the event of lawsuit? Is that something advantageous that we should be bragging about when we're getting a listing? Inform these people that we're working for, tell them what it is that you're doing to help them. Otherwise, they'll never know all the different ways that we as real estate agents help them. You're not lying. You are helping them by limiting their liability in the event of a lawsuit, okay? So there's questions here about occupancy, the roof, attics, basements, and crawl spaces, questions about termites, wood destroying insects, dry rot and pests, questions about the structural issues on the building, additions and remodels, plumbing, water, sewage, heating and air conditioning systems, wood burning stoves and fireplaces, electrical systems, land, the soil drainage and boundary line issues, environmental hazards, and under deed restrictions and designations for co-ops and condominiums. A laundry list of miscellaneous questions here. And here's one on radon gas. You see this? Line number 291. I'm not sure if that's the same in the book there. This is the only question that I help the owner fill out when I'm getting a listing. I have them fill no. The question is asking if they're allowing their real estate agent, they're waiving the rights to allow their real estate agent to disclose any knowledge or reports that the homeowner has pertaining to radon in the property. How come I don't want to disclose that? I don't want them giving me that permission. It's not that I want to hide anything from the homeowner. I'm sorry, from the buyer or the renter.
What it is.
So why am I telling them no? Because listen, when's the last time that this homeowner got the property inspected? Probably when they bought it, if they ever did.
Right.
And back then it may not have been an issue. So they got no problem showing that inspection report.
Right.
But maybe it's an issue now. So for your protection, get a home inspection. I'm always going to advise buyers, get the radon test. If the property has a basement or a crawl space, get a radon test.
That's a separate test from the regular appraiser, right? From the
No, home inspector. Appraisers don't do inspections. It's a home inspector.
Home inspection. Okay.
Now this is not included in the regular inspection though. You have to pay extra for this test. Okay. They'll usually charge you about $150 extra, $150 extra for this test. If you guys already have a house that you're living in and you want to test if your house has radon, you could do this. You can go and get a radon test kit. Hold on, I'll show you a picture of one because I have a picture of one handy here. Environmental hazards, radon. I went to Home Depot and I snapped a picture of radon test kit. I'm going to show you it. Just waiting for that image to open up here. There we go. You see, this is a radon gas test kit. I snapped this picture at Home Depot. This test kit is cheap. It's like 10, 15 bucks.
Okay.
But you got to pay like $50 to $75 for the laboratory test. So you got to send it to the lab. The test kit is cheap, but then you got to send it to the lab, and the lab will charge 50 to 75 bucks for the testing. And then they'll send you the test results either by mail or email. And keep in mind, they also send those results to the state. So,
oh wow.
Yeah, not the EPA, that's federal. The DEP is the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. So they get those test results too. Now there's something interesting.
Some buyers don't know about those things, so they won't ever ask you if it's not mentioned, I would say.
Well, that's our job. Our job is to educate them, right?
Right.
Okay. So
I never heard of it.
Look, these let me back this up for a second. Let me take you back to the slideshow. Oh. All right. So dangerous levels of radon are anything that is 4 picocuries or more. If anybody here is a smoker and you have radon levels in the house, not 4 picocuries, but look at this one. This one isn't even a half a picocurie. And if you are a non-smoker, your odds in getting cancer being exposed to this amount of radon is 1 in 1,350. And if you're a smoker, your odds increase of getting cancer, of being exposed to this small amount of radon and smoking, your odds of getting cancer are 1 in 260. Wow.
Yep. Wow.
Now look, if there's 4 picocuries or more, this is considered the dangerous level up here. 4 picocuries or more, if you're a non-smoker, your odds are 1 in 135 of getting cancer. And if you're a smoker, 1 in 26. You can almost guarantee that you're getting cancer.
Right.
Now, what do they consider a smoker? Anybody who's smoked at least 100 cigarettes in their life.
What?
Yeah, you probably did that last month if you're a smoker, right?
I know, right?
I used to smoke. I used to be years ago. I mean, I quit over 25 years ago, but I used to smoke. I used to be a heavy smoker. At one point, I smoked 2.5 packs a day.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, 20 cigarettes in each pack, you know? That's a lot of cigarettes. So, yeah, I think I met that 100 cigarette requirement in a lifetime.
Yes.
Did you inhale?
Yeah, I inhaled.
Okay.
All right. So I just wanted to show you that danger. Check this out. So here's that picture of the radon gas, and I snapped a picture of what's on the back. This is scary. Let me zoom in on that. Okay, so here's the radon test kit. This is what it looks like. I did these little canisters, these little plastic things that got some sort of a filter in there. And I zoomed in on this thing because I found this very interesting. On the next slide, check this out. You guys can see this, by the way, right?
Yes.
Okay. Here's your risk of getting cancer. Radon gas exposure causes thousands of deaths in the US each year. Look at how many deaths each year due to radon exposure, 22,000. Compared to drunk drivers, compared to home falls, compared to drownings and house fires.
Wow.
Wow. This thing is serious.
I would say so.
Wow. But how can people that not know?
Did you know?
I know now, but I was one of those that I didn't know.
You know. Because I told you. But if nobody tells you, exactly, how would you know?
Right. And it's so serious. I mean, it should be, I mean, that would be the first thing I would say to a buyer, I guess. Oh, wow.
Well, hold on one second. If you do that, you got to be careful of what you say to buyers. because
Right.
you could be, what are you doing to your fiduciary duty to the seller?
Right.
That's why we need permission. Hold on. That's why we need permission on the seller property disclosure. If the owner gives us permission to waive the right and talk about it.
So
But you know
that's
what?
why
I don't want to talk about it. And it's not because I'm hiding it from you as a buyer. It's because I'm going to tell you, Mr. or Mrs. Buyer, they could have gotten an inspection years ago. You don't know if those results are, you know, that the radon levels may have been low or non-existent back then. But that it takes millions of years for the rock to decompose to the level that it starts releasing this radon gas. Or sometimes it could come from the dirt itself. The soil could have radon in it. But it could take millions of years before it starts getting released into the environment. Maybe last year it wasn't getting released at all from the soil or the rock, and now this year it is. You know, so for your protection, you should get a home inspection.
Okay, let me ask you a question. So right now, with you handling this document, you're acting on behalf of the seller?
Well, no, when you're working with the buyer. But if I'm a listing agent,
Okay.
I'm not going to ask the owner for permission to disclose any information that they tell me about any inspections or reports that they've had in the past about radon.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm always going to advise those buyers to get a home inspection,
Right.
regardless of what their thing was in the past. Because they may have gotten an inspection in the past and it showed high radon levels, so then they fixed the problem.
Right.
Now you may be thinking, wait, you could fix this problem? Sure. The proper way to fix this problem is ventilation. Here's what a ventilation system would look like if it's in the attic. This is actually a big fan. And this is a pipe that goes through the floors and it's venting out through the roof. Here's one in the basement. Where does the radon gas come from? How does it get into the house? Well,
it's from below.
Well, it could come through. Hold on,
Right?
let me see. It could come through your sump pump. You guys got a sump pump for the water?
Yeah.
In your basement? Do you have a cap, a tightly fitting cap, sealed plastic cap over it?
No.
Well, look at this one. They've got a radon ventilation system here that's going down to the sump pump. Because radon can come in through a sump pump hole. It could come in through cracks in the basement. It could come up through the porous concrete floors. It could come through the water. Let me see if I can get a good picture. Okay, here's a cutaway of a house. I come up through cracks in the floor. Here's a radon ventilation system. They basically drill a hole in the floor, and they put a pipe in there, and that pipe will then vent out through the roof. And you see that there's a fan there that creates a little bit of negative pressure that kicks on every now and then, so that if there's any radon gas collecting, it doesn't come collect in the house. It gets just blown right outside, never collects in the house. This is why it's got to go through that concrete floor. Any new construction that's in a tier 1 risk level area in the state of New Jersey must have one of these systems installed with the fan for every 1,500 square foot of house. So if you have a 3,000 square foot of house, you got to have 2 of these installed if it's in a tier 1 rated area. Don't worry, I'll tell you what a tier 1 rated area is in a moment. But you could see how they drilled the hole in the floor. They got a pretty thick pipe on this one. They must have a serious radon problem here. They put a really thick pipe here. It's a plastic PVC pipe. And you got this giant fan over here sucking the air out and blowing it outside. Come on, is that it? Okay. That's all for my images here. Let me back up with the images. There's one I wanted to show you here. See, it could come up through the water. If you got well water, it could come up through the water and comes up when you run the shower, the sink, flush the toilet. It could come in through the water. It could come through cracks in the foundation. It could get into the house many ways. So here's a cutaway. This is actually a good picture, a good cutaway of how you remediate the problem. They basically would cut a hole in the floor. They would drill a hole through your concrete floor in your basement. You guys are seeing this? Can you guys see this good?
Yes.
I'll try to zoom in on this a little bit. So they would cut a hole in the concrete slab in your basement floor, and then they would dig away some of the dirt. They would remove some of the dirt from underneath that hole. So it's a pocket where the gas can collect. And then they're going to put this PVC pipe through it, and they would then seal it between the concrete and the pipe. They would put a sealer there. And then this pipe would either they'd run it straight up through the roof, or they could do this. They could run it straight outside. And there'll be a fan here that creates a little bit of negative pressure because gas will seek the path of least resistance out, right? And that's how you get it out of the house, and it never collects in the house and it never becomes dangerous. Here's a vacuum monitor to make sure that that pipe, if it's got a fan in there, that the fan is working. To make sure it's got that little bit of negative pressure. It's a simple little tool. It's a water level that they put in there, that they added a little dye to it so that you could see it. As long as the water here in this side is not at the same level as that one, you know there's a little negative pressure there inside the pipe, and it's working to suck out the air. All right. So back to the slide. Back to the slideshow. So that's an interesting little tidbit of information there. So how can you cure the problem? Well, ventilation. Here is an EPA radon risk map throughout the United States. You see that the radon is all over the United States. And you see how they have the legend here, zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. That's talking about the level of risk. In the red areas, these are the areas where you got a higher risk of having radon and a lower risk. Well, look, even over here, you can see that there's some, you know, it's spread throughout everywhere. Hold on one second. I'm surprised I didn't have the picture of New Jersey there. Hold on one second. Let me open up that thing. I have a picture of New Jersey. There's a map of, there's that radon risk map on page 139. That shows you the different tiered risked areas in New Jersey. But on this slide here, I have a link to the DEP's website that gives you an active link of the radon map in the state of New Jersey. That shows you the dangerous areas in New Jersey. I already downloaded that picture. Let me see if I could just open up the picture of New Jersey. No, I did not download it. So we'll look. I'm going to open it up. And so here's the website for the radon risks. Now, take with a grain of salt. If your house is in one of these areas that are risk high potential, the tier 1 areas, doesn't mean that you're going to have any radon measurement. Okay, it just means that out of 25 homes tested, at least 25% or more had radon concentrations equal to or higher than 4 picocuries. So that doesn't mean that your house, if it's in this area, tier 1 area, it's going to have any measurement. You guys follow that before I go into this? Guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the moderate is at least 25 out of 25, 5 to 24% had radon levels of that amount. And tier 3 areas, less than 5% had that. Now here's the picture of New Jersey. Red being tier 1, orange being tier 2, and tier 3 is the lowest risk areas. If you have a house in a tier 1 area, any new construction is required to have one of those radon remediation systems in it. You know, the pipe with the vent that vents out the roof with the fan.
Yeah.
Okay. See that?
So
that's throughout New Jersey.
that red area, that's throughout New Jersey, but that, what's that, Warren, Somerset? That's out this way.
Well, look, you got pockets all over here that are red.
You do, but look at that. I see that, but I'm thinking about that whole. Does that mean that that land, all of that land?
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. How do they read this? It's based on 25 homes tested, at least 25% of them having radon concentrations of 4 picocuries or more. Hold on a second. When you get to the southern part of Jersey here, this is not as densely populated of an area. A lot of this is undeveloped. You have you got the Pine Barrens, right? You have a lot of farmland where there's not that many homes.
Right.
So a lot of these areas are not going to test high potential because there's not a lot of homes to get tested in some of these areas.
Okay.
It doesn't mean that these areas are more dangerous than these ones or vice versa, right?
Okay.
Look, you could have a home right here in the middle of this red area here, and you get it tested and it shows no radon. Don't get scared because of this map. Get it tested.
Okay.
Now that I got that set aside, how do you cure the problem?
Get a test.
Well, that's how you find out if you have a problem.
That's how you find out. Well,
proper ventilation. You put the pipe in with the fan, and then the gas does not collect in the house to high levels.
Right.
Hey, does anybody have granite countertops in their homes?
Yes, me.
Yes.
They're beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah, but they also, I think I heard something about it, but not sure.
Yeah.
Where do they come from? Where does granite come from?
The natural minerals.
It comes out of the ground, right? So it comes from mines. Well, here's a little video for you. Ready?
When you're thinking about remodeling the kitchen, you may want to upgrade countertops, something like granite. But there may be something hiding inside the granite you don't know about. Here to explain is Stanley Liebert, Quality Assurance
Can you guys hear
Director
this
for
fine?
CMT Laboratories. Good morning. Good to have you with us. Thanks. We've had this machine on here this morning making noise and everything else. Let's first go down here. Here's a piece of granite. What might be coming out of this granite?
Actually, that granite's been tested, and it puts out about 4 picocuries per liter. About the equivalent of radon gas.
Of radon gas. A lot of people have radon detectors in their homes. What is radon exactly?
It's a Class A carcinogen gas that we inhale. Causes lung cancer.
Okay, and so we found that this stuff is coming out of granite, like in your kitchen counters. I mean, some people have gone so far as to tear their kitchen counters out because of the concern. Is that justifiable, do you think?
In this case, 100 picocuries per liter of air in her kitchen.
Wow. What's considered dangerous?
4.
4 peak.
Yes.
100.
Wow.
With radon gas.
Of radon gas.
Unbelievable. So this one has been tested, and how do you? Let's go down here. I want to see what is this little gizmo right here?
This instrument is a survey meter that we use to evaluate somebody's granite.
Right. And so this thing is on here now, and what's the number readout right there?
It's right now reading around 1,100 counts per minute. We equate that to about 550 picocuries of
550 picocuries. I guess I mispronounced it, picocuries, okay? Now, hold on a second. It's also radioactive. It's not just that the gas causes cancer, it also is radioactive gas. So you hear that thing going off like a Geiger counter, right? It's measuring radiation too.
radon gas or
Right.
radiation.
And if you were, you know, called in and somebody had this granite on their countertop in their kitchen, would you say dangerous?
The probability we're looking at a problem here, and the granite would actually be removed. In the lower levels, we can usually improve it by exchanging air or install a
Just
system.
make sure there's good.
Okay, in lower levels, you could improve it by exchanging air, proper ventilation, like I've been saying, right? So don't freak out. You could just do ventilation. This is why I said if a house has a basement or a crawl space, you should always test. However, you should always test the house. But if it's just on a slab level and there's no basement or crawl space, there's really no need to do it because every time you open up the front door, you're ventilating the house, right? But you could still get it tested because you could just put just like you do in the basement, if you have high levels still, you could still be getting it in the house. So really, every house should be tested for radon, whether you have basement, crawl spaces or not, you know. But even though every time you open and close the front door of the house, you're ventilating it, you could get that little bit of that pipe installed if there's high radon levels and still to prevent anything from coming in through your concrete slabbed floor on a one level too.
Air quality, I mean, in terms of distribution of air in the room, so it's not as dangerous, right?
Precisely. The objective is bring fresh air in, exchange it with the air that's in the kitchen.
Right. Because we've talked about this before, but I'm having a difficult time getting my head around the idea that the countertops in your home might literally be dangerous.
Well, in this case, we're not only looking at the radon that's coming out of it, but to a woman that's recently pregnant, we're getting gamma radiation out of it that really has a direct impact on the fetus development.
Right.
So it's a couple things. Most pregnant women may be very close to that countertop and look at damaging. And that's what happened with that granite right there.
This one, think about it, because there's granite all over the place in modern kitchens. Sometimes you have a little breakfast nook. You sit there, you may sit there hours and hours and hours in a day. Is one color seem to be, in terms of the color range that's out there, what seems to be safer, what seems to be more dangerous?
We're seeing higher results in reds, pinks, purples. However, you got to test them all. There's a sample that we have here.
Okay, and so how does this work? Very quickly.
This essentially is a test kit that the homeowner can buy.
Right.
Essentially,
Watch what he's doing. This is a very clever way that you guys can test your granite countertops yourself. Because if you ever bought granite from maybe a discount granite store, sometimes you get them cheaper because the higher end granite places will give off they'll test the granite, and if it has radon that's being released from the granite countertops, they'll actually sell it off to the discount places, which will then in turn sell it to people at a cheap price. And those, it could be very dangerous granite that's letting out high levels of radiation. That's why you're getting it so cheap, okay? But here's a way that you could test to see if your granite countertops are letting out dangerous levels of granite or not. Buy those test kits, like I showed you how you could test in your basement, and put them on your granite countertops, like what he's doing here, and then cover it with a bowl. And then let it sit there for about 2 to 3 days, depending on your test kit. I think it's a 3-day test kit. And then you put the cap on it, send it off to the laboratories and test it.
Install it, leave it for 3 to 4 days,
Right.
with a bowl over it. Essentially, you close it back up.
Oh, there's like charcoal or something like that. You put the lid on, you send it to a lab.
See, that this is a professional test kit that they're using here. It's a little more, it'll probably catch a little bit more than the one at Home Depot, the ones that you get at Home Depot and Lowe's. These are just giant canisters like this that got a carbon filter in there. They take the cap off of it and it just stays in the basement exposed to the air around it. And it sucks in any impurities from the air. And then they send it off to a laboratory to test the carbon. Now, these tests, people can screw with them. If they have the basement windows open or they keep opening and closing the doors, isn't that ventilating it? And if it's ventilating the area, then the test is going to be false. It's not going to show the proper results.
Right.
And I've had homes before where a lot of times the home inspector, when they put these filters in the basement, our job is to make sure that they could get access to the property in 3 days so that they could pick up the filter. Don't you ever do it for them. Don't ever touch it, because then you could be accused, if there's ever a lawsuit or anything, that you were a part of that inspection because you touched it. You broke the chain of custody of that test, right? Let the inspector, don't ever touch it. Let the inspector handle everything, right? You just get them access to the house again so they could come and pick up the filter. Sometimes if people are living in the house, you need to get that arrangement that the homeowner allows the inspector to come in to pick up, let them know we're dropping off this filter. Do not excessively open and close the doors to the basement, and keep the windows closed because radon tests are underway. And often they'll put maybe a bright color or a pastel colored piece of paper that says on the kitchen countertop, or they'll stick it on the basement door or the front door to the house, and they'll say radon testing underway. Do not excessively open and close doors, and keep all windows closed. Okay, because otherwise it's going to screw up your test results. Now, I've had this happen before where I drove by one of a property that I had a buyer purchasing, and they were doing a radon test. And I seen that there were contractors there working on the house, and every door and window was open in the house. So I snapped a picture of that, and I sent it off to the buyer's attorney. And I said, the seller just invalidated the buyer's radon test. They need to pay for another test to get done, because this is going to give false results. And so the owner of the property had to pay to get another test done. And guess what? Came back high radon levels. Were they doing it on purpose? I don't know.
Wow.
Tab like yours, and you can find out. Precisely. Wow, that's really something. Stanley Lieber, very interesting stuff. Do appreciate it.
So anyway, that is interesting stuff, isn't it?
Very.
When you're thinking about remodeling the kitchen, you
Come on. There you go. So, all right, that's radon. So what are considered dangerous levels of radon that require remediation?
4 PQ.
Anything 4 picocuries or picocuries or more, however you pronounce it. I always pronounced it pico, whatever. A picocurie, 4 of them. But any level is dangerous. But 4 picocuries is considered dangerous that requires remediation. Anything over 4 picocuries requires that pipe be installed with the fan. All right. Holy crap. We went way over lunchtime. You know that?
Yes.
Why don't you guys say anything? All right. Hold on a second. So we went over the lead paint. It's required for properties disclosure for any property built prior to 1978. Got to give the pamphlet, the disclosure, the pamphlet, and a 10-day opportunity to conduct an inspection. Radon gas, dangerous levels are considered anything over 4 picocuries or more are considered dangerous and require remediation. Which, by the way, to this slideshow, I added another link here. Radon risk by municipality. They actually have they have this. This is actually as of 2015 is the last time this was updated, by the way, on the DEP site, that Radon Map and everything.
Okay.
You can look up by municipality the sample size of how many tests were sent in and how many were over or greater than 4 PCI.
Okay.
All right. So which would then give it its tier assignment. Let me see me. I'm in Linden. Linden, they had 3,355 sampling. Of that, 209, which would put it in a tier 2 section.
Oh, okay.
So those colors on the map can be deceiving too when they, environmentalists want to paint a picture. This is a small sampling size really for over a time period. It doesn't even tell you over what time period this is, but over a time period, those that are only 209 in the whole city. And then they say, well, if you take this number, you divide it into this, that's 6%,
Right.
So
It's bigger than what it is.
yeah. Yep. So you got to take it with a grain of salt and just test your own property. Don't go based off of any map itself. Okay. So I added that to the lists. So you guys could look that up in the slideshow.
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
Or if you wanted me to give it to you, hold on, I'll open it and I'll give it to you too. If you want, I'll put that in the chat window if anybody's interested in looking it up for themselves. There's the radon risk map by statistics by municipality. That was last done in 2015, by the way. All right. So we went over these things for the radon risk, radon test kits. We got that tier assignment by municipality. Okay. We went over the video already. The next thing is urea formaldehyde. So UFFI, urea formaldehyde spray foam insulation. Okay. It's an excellent insulator, by the way, but in 1982, the Consumer Product Safety Commission banned its use when they found that it causes cancer in animals. But that ban was later reduced to just a warning. It's known to cause cancer in animals, but its effects on humans is inconclusive because they cannot test on humans. So the ban was simply later reduced to a warning label on the packaging, but is still used today. All right. I don't have any photos of that there, but hold on, I do have photos on my computer. So let me show you what the spray foam insulation looks like, UFFI. And of course, I didn't save any photos of that. So let me just show you in the, let me just do a quick little search here in the search engine, UFFI, spray foam. Oh, actually, I don't even need to do a search. I have links for it. So let me pull up a link on inspection issues and hazards, UFFI. I got like 3 pictures here I could show you. Here's spray foam insulation being installed properly. Okay. I'm going to save these images, so I'll keep that. And then here's another link of UFFI. Somebody doesn't know what the hell they're doing.
Oh,
they spray too much, it's coming out, it expands beyond the all the joists over here, or behind all the framing rather. So when this hardens to be very hard. Now, if this person is not mixing the chemicals right, it could have a mixture that will trap these gases, or could create more toxic gases that could cause cancer. If they do an improper mix, it could also have a very nasty smell in a house if done wrong, right? So you could get experts that know what they're doing and they do it right, but then, yeah, one bad mix, they won't screw up on a house and it stinks. But it's an excellent insulator because it gets in all the nooks and crannies. That's same kind of spray you could get in those cans at the, at your Home Depot and Lowe's.
Right.
Right. But if you look at the labels on them, check them to see if it contains any UFFI. Urea formaldehyde is the ingredient that causes the cancer there. All right. On animals. Can't say that it causes it on humans because
never been tested.
Can't test it on humans, right? But I'm pretty sure if it makes the animals sick, it'll make us sick too. So
yeah.
No, that's popped up. All right, so that's urea formaldehyde spray foam insulation. Okay. Nothing to highlight there. Mold is another dangerous substance. Okay, mold. Okay, so there's 3 elements required for mold to take hold and grow. Now, have any pictures here? What's that?
No.
So there's 3 elements for mold to take hold and multiply. They require a food source of organic matter like the wood, cloth, etc., that are used in the construction materials. Moderate temperature conditions. Mold thrives in the same conditions that we love. It loves the same temperatures that we like. And most importantly, moisture. So we could get rid of these 2 things here. Well, we can't get rid of these 2 things, the food source or the temperature conditions, but we can get rid of the moisture. because all three of these elements are required for mold to take hold and grow. So if we remove the moisture from the factor, then mold will not grow. It loves high humidity situations, damp areas for water penetration, whether it's a leaky roof or if it's in a flood zone with a high water table. Clogged gutters can cause moisture to get behind walls. Broken or leaky pipes can cause mold situations in a home. Sewer backups or bad EIFS stucco insulation jobs can also trap moisture into the home. And you guys know what EIFS stucco is? It's a great insulation system if done properly. However, there are, let me see, I got a video for you here that you can watch teaching you a little bit about EIFS. You know, I may have downloaded this already. Let me just make sure that I didn't. If I did download it, I could play it from my local computer. I don't got to worry about it. Hold tight 1 second before I let that play. Let me check and see if I got it locally here on the computer. Video. Nope, I did not. So I'll let it play and you guys can watch this this video. Let me get my control out of the way so I could remove these ads. And here's a little 4-minute video teaching you about EIFS stucco. Okay, what it is.
Hello, I'm Jim McElroy. I'm a licensed real estate agent in Knoxville, Tennessee, and I'm going to show you what happens behind the scenes when this beautiful stucco facade fails and show you how we decided to repair this home's exterior. I will try to address your concerns about stucco and also provide tips on what to look for if you currently own a stucco home or considering buying a home that has a stucco exterior. Exterior insulating finishing system, EIFS for short, also known as stucco, is a gorgeous facade for both residential and commercial construction. It has superior insulating qualities, it is flexible, and it holds paint well. While it can add to your home's curb appeal, it is anything but maintenance-free. This is a cutaway piece of EIFS siding. It is essentially a thick styrofoam material applied to your home's wooden exterior. It receives a base coat of synthetic material fortified by fiberglass mesh, and then receives a final coat of synthetic material, and finally a coat of exterior paint. When the application of stucco was gaining popularity in the 1980s, it was common for the installation to be faulty or substandard, later requiring extensive remediation. After remediation, it is a must that the stucco be inspected on a periodic basis and maintained routinely. The problem with EIFS usually occurs at points where the EIFS meets roof lines, windows, doors, and of course, the ground. If not properly sealed or waterproof, moisture can wick in behind the styrofoam and soak into the home's exterior wood sheathing. This is normally oriented strand board or OSB. OSB soaks up moisture like a sponge and will deteriorate rapidly when exposed to moisture. As you see here, once the wood exterior is wet, it becomes attractive for infestation from wood-destroying insects such as carpenter ants or termites. Anywhere there is space for water to pass the waterproof barrier of the stucco, at windows, doors, cracks, or holes, you can count on problems. A small crack in a caulk joint will allow enough moisture to pass to cause this kind of damage. Most of the damage is hidden, but you can watch for discoloration, surface cracking, and bulging in the stucco caused by swelling of the underlying substrate. Once the stucco is removed, you can see that the main damage to this house was from water seeping in at this window behind the EIFS. You have extensive damage and deterioration to the OSB sheathing, the header of this door, and to the rim joist that supports that wall, as well as the framing inside the wall itself. Over here, closer to the ground, water has seeped in at the corners of this window and has deteriorated the OSB sheathing, also allowed infestation by either carpenter ants or termites, and there is extensive moisture damage to the framing of this wall. This is 4 2x6s sandwiched together that are roughly eaten away, and the OSB is just flaking away as well.
Wow. Taking that apart with his hand.
I recommend for my clients that wish to sell or buy a stucco home to have an inspection by an EDI certified inspector. This will involve a visual inspection as well as a moisture probe to identify problem areas. Areas showing excess moisture levels will almost certainly have associated rot or deterioration. This will necessitate the removal of all of the OSB sheeting from this wall, the repair of all the affected framing members, then the installation of a new facade, which in this case will be vinyl siding.
Expensive. Right? So that shows you expensive. So if you're if you got a client there that's got a house that's buying a stucco on the external, gotta tell them, hey, we need to get this inspected. This is because if this is EFIS stucco, it's got layers of insulation behind it, and if installed improperly, and if not maintained properly, it could cause serious damages. You could have mold growing behind the walls, etc. So, yeah. So EFIS stucco, you really want to avoid it altogether if you could find, if it's EFIS, you know, because most of the time it's not installed properly. Because there's stucco and there's EFIS stucco. EFIS stucco, they actually wrap a insulation behind it too, that's wrapped in plastic. And if a house can't breathe, you can't get the air going behind it, then mold, mildew will grow behind it as well. And that could be a problem when we're in a 4-season environment, right? So that's the issue of mold. Well, stucco anyway, is that one example. We could have water intrusion through the house in a lot of different ways, but either way, let me see if I got a slide here on mold. No, I didn't, of course, but I do have some images here. Well, I got one image I downloaded here and a couple I'm gonna have to show you the link to. Here's a good way to avoid water intrusion into the basement, to try to waterproof the basement a little bit. You should always have a little bit of an angle of the water away from the house. As you can see in this image here, you should have it, you see, built up at an angle so that the surface of the ground is actually leading away from the house. You see that? You could build it up with the dirt and then put some gravel above it. Over here, they put plastic on top of the dirt so that it just doesn't sink into the ground at all if you're gonna have decorative stone over here. And you should always have these leaders coming away from the house, from your gutters. So if your gutters just go straight down into the ground, that could cause a problem with you with mold and moisture in your basement. You should always lead it away. You should have a pipe leading away from it, the house that goes about 3 feet away from the house. That should get it to sink into the ground and not go back towards the house, okay? That's an important waterproofing measure that you got right there just in itself, okay? So that's one. The other is, wait for that to close. All right, the other is inspection hazards. We got all kinds of mold issues. Let's see, we got drainage issues when it comes to mold. Ah, there's the one that I just showed you. Here's some mold in a basement. Or I don't know, this could be in a kitchen too, behind of where a refrigerator was. I don't know what was here, or a washer or a dryer, I don't know. But you can see, when you see stains like this in the wall, that's mold. That's mold growing in the sheetrock. That would probably have to be all removed. But look, how does the water get into the house? Well, it could be caused by clogged gutters. Here, if you got a side of the house that it's all like this, guess what? Here's a stucco finish. You got mold growing definitely behind the walls over here. You can see it growing through it. That's a drainage issue because it's only on the bottom of the walls. So you're getting water behind the walls there. Here's some common molds found in households that molds can be deadly. They could also give you illnesses where you didn't have asthma or emphysema, all of a sudden you're getting them. Here's all the different types of molds. We don't need to really get into it, but just to show you that here's a little chart that shows you what kind of molds and where they come from, right? These gray molds, the black molds, they could cause infections. They could be carcinogens for people. The black molds over here, look, it could cause cancer even, headaches, asthma, dizziness, or joint pain. So if you got a house that's got mold in it, you may want to address those mold issues because they could give you all kinds of serious issues, right? As you can see just from these symptom lists here on their side. Everything from eye irritation to cancer. All right. Now, where can mold come in from? Well, it could come in from damaged or clogged gutters. All right, you guys should always, they should always have, on a flat roof over here, if the drainage is clogged up, you get the water goes in, mold will start growing. You see gutters over here, they're clogged with all kinds of tree debris. Then that water will go behind the gutters and feed back in and start rotting the soffits. It'll go behind the wall. You get critters that go in there, can cause issues. It's always a good idea to have some sort of a gutter helmets or gutter vent here that would prevent it. See, if you got water flowing over your gutters like this, they're clogged. They need to be cleaned. You need to get somebody to go in there and clean all this junk out from inside them. It's better to avoid the junk from getting inside them to begin with by getting some kind of a gutter filter system that goes on that would prevent any of this garbage from growing. Look at this. When you got plants growing out of your gutters, you got issues, right? So you could get these gutter filters that they go over the gutter so that the garbage does not seep into them. You see this? Here's an example of one where it would just go over it, but it wouldn't go into the gutters.
Mm-hmm.
They also got those gutter helmet systems. That's a patented name though.
Mm-hmm.
It's a cover for the gutters so that you don't have to clean them regularly. You don't got to worry about them getting clogged up. These gutter clogs, tree leaves, water just sitting in it, plants and garbage start growing as you get dirt in there, animals. It starts rotting the soffits. Pretty soon the gutters themselves fall off because the screws can't hold them in because they're rotted. The wood that they're screwed into, as it gets rotted, right? So it's always good to have some kind of a gutter cover, a protection over them. All right, let's see what else we got here. Oh, okay, so back to the slideshow. Next thing is, what are the 3 elements required for mold to take hold and grow? See if you're paying attention.
Moisture. That's not what we're doing. You said the 3. Wait.
Yeah, what are the 3 elements required for mold to take hold and grow?
They like moisture, dampness and moisture.
It's moisture.
Dry, the weather, the
temperature.
The temperature.
And a food source.
A food source.
So food source, moderate temperature conditions, and moisture. This is going to be an exam question. So highlighted on page 137 under mold in the second paragraph, you're going to highlight the first sentence, which is the first 3 lines. Mold requires 3 elements to take hold, to grow and multiply: food source, which is the construction materials, moderate temperatures, and a source of moisture. Carbon monoxide is an odorless, tasteless gas that'll kill you. It's a byproduct from unfully burnt carbon fuels. It's known as the silent killer. And state law requires buildings with 3 or more units to have at least 1 working carbon monoxide detector installed. And many municipalities require a detector on each level. Some required battery backups, because what happens if the power goes out? You know, fires can melt wires and put out your power. So it's not necessarily has to be a blackout, you know. Then the carbon monoxide detectors will never go off. So a lot of fire departments want battery backups on these things. Let me see if I have the news story here. I want to show you a news story now. This is about carbon monoxide. I do not have the newsletter here on carbon monoxide, so it is in the browser. So, CO, carbon monoxide. This is one that happened in my town a couple of years ago. Nine-year-old boy dead, and a 10-year-old sister hospitalized. Okay, this isn't what I want to show you. I want to show you the actual video, the news story of it. Hold on.
Wow.
Here we go. It's the silent killer. You know, load up and play any second.
Linden fire officials inspecting the home where a 9-year-old boy died and his 10-year-old sister was critically injured. Investigators believe a basement furnace malfunctioned, flooding the home with carbon monoxide, an odorless, colorless, and deadly gas. The alarm on the carbon monoxide detector should have gone off, but the batteries were dead.
It's a horrible tragedy. A lot of people don't know the problems with carbon monoxide.
Just 2 weeks ago, Linden firefighters and the Red Cross went door to door here on Passaic Avenue in Linden. Volunteers offered free batteries or new detectors, but firefighters say it appears the mother here never called to claim hers.
She's a very good mother, very good mother.
Arlene Carolina lives across the street. She used to babysit for the 9- and 10-year-old children when their mother went to work as a nurse. Carolina could barely speak when she learned the boy had died.
So that the brother had passed away. So.
Investigators say the brother and sister were sleeping in a bedroom directly above the basement furnace that was spewing the toxic gas. Their mother called 911 and tried doing CPR to save her children. For her son, it was too late. He was in 3rd grade at School 4 in Linden. The superintendent said there will be grief counselors all week.
Okay, so see, these are needless deaths.
Sad.
You know, it's a sad story. It's a needless death. It could have been prevented. You know, what makes it even worse is, look, the fire department and the Red Cross was giving out free carbon monoxide detectors and batteries to people. And for some reason, she didn't claim hers. I don't know why, but the story I heard from one of my friends on the fire department was that they had a smoke detector there, the carbon monoxide detector, that she took the batteries out of it. You know, and that actually became a conversation too on 101.5, the radio station, because you started getting people out there that are saying, oh, they should prosecute the mother. You know, her kid would have been alive if she didn't take the batteries out, and state law requires it, you know. And then other people were arguing, yeah, but you know what? She suffered enough. Her kids died. You know, she had a child that died and the other one was in a coma, you know? So, you know, it's a tough issue either way, but they're preventable deaths, okay? People die every year from carbon monoxide poisoning and they don't need to. Carbon monoxide detector could detect it, right? You could even get them with 20-year batteries in them now. That you don't have to worry about them going dead, right? The sensor will go bad before the carbon monoxide detector goes bad. If you're a smoker, your smoke detectors, fire detectors, carbon monoxide detectors in your house, you should replace them more often because you know how you get the film on the window? Well, the film also gets on those detectors that the elements are no longer as sensitive. So they should be replaced more often as well. All right, so CO, we're gonna highlight carbon monoxide is a colorless, odorless gas that occurs as a byproduct of burning anything, any carbon fuel. Anything that burns is carbon-based, basically. And the byproduct is carbon monoxide, which you can't smell it, taste it. It just makes you very tired and you don't wake up. So the only way to know that it's there is to have that carbon monoxide detector. And these people had an issue with the furnace. The landlord was having someone service the furnace, but it was not fully on the chimney thing. It blew off somehow. So it had a leak, but that leak would have been detected if we had a carbon monoxide detector. All right. Other hazardous materials are electromagnetic fields, the EMFs from high tension power lines, groundwater contamination, and underground storage tanks. So New Jersey has something called the Private Well Testing Act. Okay, that anytime the primary source of drinking water that they refer to as potable or potable water, potable water, where the primary source of drinking water is coming from an on-site well, or in some instances, an off-site well, the well water must be tested. The well water must be tested by the owner or the landlord. You know, the owner could be for selling the property or leasing it. The water must be tested, and a copy of those test results have to be made available to the buyer or tenant. Otherwise, any contract is not legally binding. All right, so that's for the New Jersey Private Well Testing Act. So we're going to highlight under groundwater contamination. Okay, the last paragraph, the 1, 2, 3, 4, the first 4 lines there. New Jersey Private Well Testing Act basically tells you everything I got here on the slide. Those first 4 lines under the last paragraph of groundwater contamination. So for exams, state exam, what does the New Jersey Private Well Testing Act state? That anytime the primary source of drinking water that they refer to as potable or potable water is coming from a on-site private well, or in some cases an off-site well, the water be tested by the owner, and both parties to the transaction have to sign off that they received a copy of the test results. Otherwise, the contract is not legally binding. Now, you want to make sure, the reason why you're testing is because you want to make sure the groundwater is not contaminated. Groundwater can be contaminated by many different things. And here, well water. It's not this issue. It's still here. All right, so I kind of showed you this stuff before when we talked about wells.
Yes.
All right. You know, like you see in this image, you know, groundwater coming from the well can be contaminated by a septic tank that's not maintained properly, or that's positioned in the area upstream from the upstream or downstream, upstream from the well, from from livestock wastes or pesticides and fertilizer, household waste, industry, landfills, underground storage tanks that are leaking something, whatever they're holding. All right. If that gets into the well water, well, then the ground can be contaminated. So those well water needs to be tested. You know, and it's not, they could not just get contaminated from things like this, from the septic tank, where the water then, where the waste then flows into the well, or from the farmland, etc. You know, flows into the well where you're getting your water from. It could be contaminated from natural reasons. And let me get to this. So it could be contaminated from natural reasons as well. Okay, so let's look at some of these on the slideshow here. I have a couple links here for contaminants that get into the ground. That's probably one of those photos that I just pointed out to you. Yeah. Well, no, yeah. So it could come from microorganisms, bacteria and stuff, nitrates, heavy metals in the ground, organic chemicals, radionuclides, that's radioactive dirt and rocks like the radon gas, right? Fluoride can be natural. It could also be added by man. Hell, city water can be contaminated with too much fluoride if they add too much, and they do add it into city water. Our bodies need fluoride, but if you got too much fluoride, you guys ever see somebody have a white stain on their teeth?
Mm-hmm.
That's because they have too much fluoride. Probably either from the drinking water, or they went to the dentist and they put too much on and it stained their teeth white. Okay, and it could weaken them. Too much fluoride is bad for your bones. Okay, so I was just showing you this site over here that shows you where the those different kinds of contaminants that could get into the water. Let me go back to the slideshow and click on one of those other links, because there's a videos I want to show you about New Jersey getting arsenic in the water too. Okay, so there's ways around this for the arsenic in the well water. Let me see if I have it in the slideshow at all, though. Give me a sec. I don't. So there's a video here I'm going to show you about testing your water in your home. What's in your well water? Here we go. I think this is the right one. Got 4 videos here. I believe this is the right video. We'll see.
In many areas of New Jersey, there are naturally high arsenic levels found in the groundwater. The state of New Jersey only requires you to test for arsenic the well, but emphasizes the importance of checking your wells on a yearly basis, especially if you live in central or northern New Jersey. In this introductory video, we explore the county of Hunterdon and how its citizens feel about their water and the steps they have taken to make sure their water is arsenic-free.
I was approached by my neighbor who said, you know, we have high arsenic in our water. Maybe you want to get your water tested. And I thought it was kind of unusual because, as you can see, we live out in a rural area and there's no industry or anything that I would have suspected that we would have a contaminant in our well water. But as it turned out, after Steve had done the test, it was high in ours as well.
We pride ourselves on our well water.
In fact, I almost cannot drink any other water.
I do feel that people are.
See, they're asking their residents, what do you think of your well water? And they're like, well, we live out in the country. It's beautiful country out here. We're not near a lot of industry. It's beautiful. It's nature. It's natural, right? There couldn't possibly be anything wrong with it, right? We have, this last guy said they pride themselves on their well water, right?
I'm not educated about it. People should knock door to door and tell these people what's going on. That's scary.
Do you think that we do have a problem in Huntington County?
Hunterdon is part of what's known as the Piedmont province. This is a geological formation of rock that cuts across New Jersey, and Hunterdon is within that Piedmont region. And arsenic is a naturally occurring element that's in shale. We actually have data from 2002 through 2008 that shows for Hunterdon County private wells, 18% of those test results exceeded the arsenic standard. People that have private wells are pretty much on their own, and if they want to have their well water periodically tested, they've got to take that action themselves.
With chronic low-dose arsenic exposure, it's insidious because it's tasteless. There are no overt symptoms. In some cases, people go on to develop skin lesions, which are obvious. But what we are learning is that this long-term chronic exposure, people can be completely asymptomatic visibly, and yet have ongoing disease, internal organ disease, cardiovascular disease, lung disease, neurologic disease, that they would not necessarily attribute to something in drinking water.
We decided that we wanted to have it removed, of course, because we just didn't want it in the water. I mean, I had little children at the time, and it was scary to me that we had arsenic in the water and that they'd been drinking it.
We've certainly learned that children are not just small adults. They're rapidly growing, and there are processes involved in growth that lend themselves to be impaired.
The best thing to do, what any homeowner should do, no matter what, is have their water tested by an analytical lab at least once a year. Once you've had that water tested, bring it to someone that's experienced in water treatment and ask them what's your next step. There's a bunch of different technologies. Standard, what they call is a point of use filter or a whole house filter. Now, on a point of use, it's mostly treating one faucet in your house, whereas whole house is treating the whole house water.
Okay, so this point of entry system, there's actually a section on our in our contracts that discusses POET systems. They refer to them as point of entry treatment systems, a POET system in our sales contracts. So just keep that locked in your mind, because when we actually look at our sales contracts and we talk about these POET systems, this is what they're talking about. Is there a water treatment filtration system in the house?
I have a point of entry system, which typically those go in basements. If you had a point of use, it would be maybe underneath the kitchen sink or other faucets that you had it.
The state of New Jersey recommends a 2-tank system, whole house. That's their guidelines, and that's kind of the way I go. We do offer a single tank system that's a little less expensive for the budget-minded, but there again, you don't have the backup of when the arsenic starts to come through. So essentially what you have here is the two different models that we have for whole house treatment. Basically, the real difference to them is your spare tank. This one is singular, this one is lead lag. When we call lead lag, is basically this tank does all the work, and then once the arsenic starts being totally absorbed, it goes into the second tank.
I would say it's really important to get your water tested for arsenic. It's not something that you would know otherwise. You can't taste it or see it or smell it, but it's there, and it's something that can cause you harm over time. It can cause your children harm over time, and it's something that can be safely and easily remediated. So I would urge everyone that lives in Hunterdon County and even other counties where it's known that arsenic exists to have their water tested. It's really the right thing to do.
All right, so arsenic, you know, it's not man-made. Okay, I mean, we've seen it in rat poison, right? Arsenic and rat poison, that's man-made, right? Well, over here, this arsenic, it's actually not man-made, it's collected, right? It's in nature. So arsenic, you can see, comes from the rock, it comes from the soil, it gets into the water, you know, the dirt, the earth filters the water, but if that earth is contaminated, your water is getting contamination into it. So a lot of times people think that you only have contaminated water if you're near industry, you know, dirty Jersey, you know, all the industry, but it's not. A lot of the natural areas, there's dangerous things. You know, you've got that radon gas, you get the arsenic. These things are all naturally forming. They're all in the earth naturally, and they could get into your water system. So you may want to switch until you get a filtration system to bottled water, or get one of those zero water filtration systems, right? Zero water is one of the filters that works better than those Brita and stuff. They filter out all of those heavy metals, right? Remember the test, they give you a little tester on there that you then test zero level of contaminants, solid dissolved contaminants in the water, all right? So zero water filters are a little pricey, but they work pretty darn good. And I got one of them in a water cooler in my office too. All right. So there's that about water. What does the New Jersey Private Well Testing Act stipulate? That the owner needs to test the well water if this primary source of drinking water is coming from the well, and that all parties have to sign off that they received a copy of the test results, otherwise the contract's not legally binding.
Okay.
Okay, we already spoke about public water and how you get it from reservoirs and how they get the pressure to your house. We talked about this in an earlier chapter. The pumping stations, they fill up the big water towers. The water towers, when they're full, the water goes based off of its own pressure, its weight, from millions of gallons of water pushing down on itself, going through the pipes when you open up your faucet. That's how you get the water at a high pressure at your home. If you have a private well, you got to have your own pump and maybe a pressure system that holds a little water on reservoir to get it from the well in your yard to your house. And you get an added bonus though, you don't have to pay a water bill. Right? Now USTs, well, actually we skipped something here a little bit. We had EMFs, that's electromagnetic fields. Those come from high tension power lines, right?
Mm-hmm.
EMFs come from high tension power lines.
Yeah.
You don't want to really have a house under high tension power lines either. Does that cause cancer?
Yeah.
It could be dangerous for you. It could be. Now we're not talking about having a house that's under you know, or near a telephone line. Those are low powered lines right there. I'm talking about high tension power lines, like those ones in those giant towers that are running along Route 1 and 9, right?
Right.
Those are the EMFs, or electromagnetic fields, that you could see here. Let me pull open a couple of images for those. I do have a little video report upon it too. But basically, when you see these tall towers like this that have the lines strung above them, new government regulations don't allow, you can't have trees like this within a certain distance either, because they could just spontaneously electric shock, catch fire. You know, this is why there has to be at least 15 feet between any kinds of trees and these wires. That includes the distance downwards too. See, these are the local distribution lines. These are at a lower level. They're not as high a voltage. And the higher voltages are usually on the higher up parts of the pole, not the lower lines that go to the service to the house.
What about those new ones? Well, those, I guess they to me, I've just seen them coming out recently. I guess they call them the 5G ones that you see along the parkway, or if you're traveling down south, you see them everywhere.
No, you may be talking, those are the cell towers.
Oh, okay.
The ones with the wires, the high tension wires running on them. From one pole to the next. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
But those ones along the parkway, yeah, those are radio towers. Those are for your cell phone service. Okay. Now, do cell phones carry electromagnetic fields in them that could be dangerous to you? I'll let a doctor talk to you about that in a second. But look, if you've got high tension power lines, I found this over here. It goes by the voltage here. These high tension power lines have extremely high voltages going through them. And it's said that you should be at least a football field away from them. Okay. Because look, it's showing you the differences. So if you're about 50 meters away, okay, you have an increase of cancer or stunted growth. What is this? A little bit further away, this is about 500 meters. Abnormal EEG, decreased calcium flow, altered reaction times, altered biorhythms, and stunted growth, you know, for at different distances away from there. Okay, and that could change. So the further away, the better. Okay, what do they say here? You should be about the high tension power lines are those high tension lines that are running about 440 kilovolts of power through them.
Hmm.
Here we got these little diagrams. I found these from a resource. I think this is in Canada, but either way, they show you the way that this works. You know, you should, even when working on your roof, you know, stay at least 10 feet away from the regular power lines that are going to service to your house. Right? Obviously, don't touch them. Carry ladders and equipment horizontally because you don't want to hit them accidentally. They're the low tension wires. And if you ever see them on the ground, stay at least 35 feet away from them, because what happens if there's wetness? You know, you can get shocked. You guys ever see a power line that just caught fire spontaneously?
Yeah.
You see these power lines that running from pole to pole, and they're on fire.
Mm-hmm.
I got a video of one of those somewhere. I've seen it across from my office. It just pop, crackle, crackle, pop. You know, sometimes the animals chew into them. You know, water hits them, storm hits them, tree branches hit them. They smack together and they catch fire, and then they just burn. Cops can't do nothing about it. They can't spray. Firemen can't do nothing about it. They can't spray water on it to put out the fire. They just got to let it burn itself out. The plastic coating over them to burn itself out. See, you probably don't want to be, these are the high tension power lines. You probably don't want to be this close. You don't want them next to your house like this. That's kind of dangerous.
Yes, it is.
I would definitely not want to live here. Probably not. Because you got to have that distance away. Yikes. And these are probably expensive homes too.
Yeah.
So you got your danger zone up around, that's right around where the wires are.
If it's so dangerous, the city, what they like let these people build, you know, and sell houses over there. It should be, you know, like the zoning.
Well, did they always know that they were EMFs, electromagnetic fields, are dangerous? I mean, how do you know electricity? If I mean, we know that if you touch it, you get a shock. You could die.
Right.
Did you know that being near it, the vibrations from the electricity can cause health problems to you? They didn't always know that.
Right. So,
but so we got these risk zones for different areas, for length that you should be away from these things. So now we're learning, and we're not building close to these things, but there are ones out there still, and it depends on the zoning. See, this stuff could be in a different country. This could be in Canada for all I know, right? Because newer regulations would not allow you anywhere in this country to build a house that close. Look, you can't have any trees even within, the power company's got to clear any trees even within 15 feet of these things on either side. So there's got to be a good clearing before them. Now, these towers are hugely tall. The perspective from this angle of the photo too can be a little deceiving too. How close is this to that tower? Those towers are very tall.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, it could be a decent distance away from it, but that other photo I showed you, it looked like it was right there by the house.
Yeah.
You know, and that one could be. See, can we zoom in and see the license plate on there? On one of those cars, maybe? Yeah, see, that one doesn't even look like it's in the United States.
Oh, yeah. Dang.
Yeah, so
yeah.
United States has regulations on this stuff now, but either way, sometimes you could have million-dollar neighborhoods where you have these things running through the backyard or just outside your backyard. Look in Edison. I've seen them before, where you got these towers right behind some million-dollar homes, or you got them behind $250,000 homes. You know, either way, you know, would you want to live close to it?
No.
There's that safety zone, and even if it seems like it's a bit of a distance away, there still may be a possible danger there for the long-term exposure. And that's all I'm trying to educate you guys on.
Right.
So EMFs, those electromagnetic fields, are they dangerous or not? Let's let, who's his name? EMFs. Let's let, I think it's Dr. Siegel talk to you about that. I wish I could download this video. Some of these videos I can't download from some of these websites. So unfortunately, I got to take you to the website to show them to you. Just a short clip, and then we're back to the slideshow.
Hello, I'm Dr. Manny, and I'm here to answer your questions. Scientists and doctors make medical advances in cancer treatment every day, but we still don't know exactly what one person develops the disease and the other doesn't. We got this question from a viewer.
Dear Dr. Manny, I'm currently house hunting with my pregnant wife and came across a beautiful house that is almost perfect, except for the huge power lines directly behind it. I've heard some studies show an association between exposure to power lines and cancer. How worried should I be if I want to pursue this house? Thanks, Dan.
Well, Dan, power lines produce low to mid-frequency magnetic fields, or EMFs. According to the National Cancer Institute, these EMFs are in the non-ionizing radiation part of the electromagnetic spectrum and are not known to damage DNA or cells directly. But some scientists speculate that they could cause cancer in other ways. In 2002, the International Agency for Research on Cancer classified extremely low-frequency magnetic fields as possibly carcinogenic to humans. The classification was based on studies that showed a twofold increase in childhood leukemia among children with exposure to high levels of magnetic fields in the home. But for more on that, we checked in with a cancer epidemiologist at Mount Sinai Hospital in New York.
After these early studies, there has been many other studies done with better methodology. And in general, these newer and better studies do not confirm the association between having a very high exposure. The high exposure was mainly coming from the wiring configuration within the home, not really from outside the home. Several international and national agencies have, including the World Health Organization, have reviewed the entire body of evidence and concluded that under most circumstances, there is really no risk from exposure to electromagnetic fields. More research is needed to confirm whether the early studies maybe gave some signal in very exceptional circumstances.
Thanks, Doc. Do you have a health question? Tweet me at Dr. Manny on Fox. Until next time, I'm Dr. Manny.
All right, so you kind of asked me a question there. How come they don't inform people? Why do they allow them to build homes there? Doesn't it cause cancer if they know that it causes cancer? Well, what was the bottom line there? We still don't know. It's a lot of speculation still. And these are the medical experts in these fields, right? So that's your decision. Do I buy a house near high tension lines or no? Okay. Now, I just make a joke about it. If somebody expresses that this is a, you know, I'm showing them a house, I'm not going to know it has high tension power lines there until I take them to it, right? And I've taken people to houses before that had these high tension power lines behind them. And then the lady was like, oh, no. And I'm like, what? What's the matter? And she pointed at it. And I was like, oh, I mean, it was so close to the house that, you know, I didn't realize that, you know, it's hiding in plain sight. So I just made a joke about it. I said, well, you know, look at the bright side. You know, you could save on light bulbs when your kids glow in the dark. I mean, what are you going to do at this point? Obviously, she's not going to buy the place, right? She's not going to rent it or buy it, you know? So just make a joke out of it, you know, and then move on, show them something else, you know? What are you going to do? All right. Now, in underground storage tanks, what do we store underground? In tanks? Well, there's a lot of things. Oil, propane, sewage, human waste, right? Septic tanks. Gas, diesel, dry cleaners, chemicals. There are thousands of chemicals that we could be storing underground. Don't just think residential real estate, think about commercial too. So when they're no longer used, they must be decommissioned. And so the EPA requires that these tanks, that the soil has to be tested, and these tanks need to be emptied, and the soil needs to be tested to ensure that no contaminants have leaked out. You know, it's kind of tough getting homeowners insurance sometimes if you have an in-the-ground oil tank. Sometimes they want it removed. So that's an issue that we come across when we're selling homes, if they have an in-ground oil tank versus an in-the-basement oil tank, right? Because if it's leaking in the ground, the only way to know is you have to test the soil. And if you test the soil and it's leaking, well, now we got some expensive cleanups to do. So that's why insurance companies don't like insuring homes that have the in-ground oil tanks. So it's a good idea to test around the soil and try to get those also testing underneath it. Let's look here. Let's look at a little, where's the whiteboard? Don't tell me I closed it. Whiteboard just closed on me on its own. Let me see. Yep, I guess it did. So again. So when we have the in-ground oil tanks, we need to check and make sure that they're not leaking. We could take soil samples from the sides of the tank. We could take samples from inside the tank. If there's water floating on top, that's more than what normal condensation levels would be. How is that water getting into that tank? It could be coming in through a breather tube, or it could be coming in because there's a hole in the tank that's rotted away, perhaps, and that water's entering these tanks and it's leaking. But either way, now we're going to need to find out for sure, because if the ground is contaminated at all, those could be expensive cleanups. Those could be expensive cleanup costs. So in order to check to see if the ground is contaminated, you can't really test underneath the tank so much as you can around its perimeter. But we could try to maybe take soil samples by going at an angle underneath the tank, right, to try to get under it. But what if that tank is under a driveway? You know, my brother had this issue one time with the tank being under the driveway. That creates a problem for you. The only way to really tell is now to dig up the tank, because you can't even take soil samples. So he was trying to do a refinance of his mortgage on his house, and then he came across an issue with that. Because if we see the picture here, the whiteboard, right? Let's say we got the ground level. Here's the ground level right here, right? And you got your oil tank under the ground. All right, so we could take core samples by drilling down and taking pieces of the dirt from the sides of the tank, or they could try putting in at an angle to try to get underneath the tank and take a core sample, you know? But that could be a pain in the neck because you could just be missing and banging into the tank, right? It could take multiple tries before you get underneath it to get a good soil sample, and then you test it. But, you know, my brother had an issue with his, and they required him to remove the tank. Now, sometimes there's money available from the New Jersey Environmental Protection Agency and other programs that the state or federal government have available to try to take these oil tanks out of the ground, right? Now, my brother had his house over here, right? And here's his little sidewalk that he had on a little walkway. His oil tank was underneath his driveway mostly. And then there's a little grass area between here and here. Now, the oil tank has tubes that take it into the house, into the basement, so there's heating system, right? That's how the oil gets to the house. And then there's also a breather tube that came up over here, and just above the sidewalk, right here alongside the house, there's a little air tool, a little breather pipe. And then he had the filler pipe, which is like right over here above the grass. So here's where they deliver the oil, they put the tube in there, and it fills the tank. You know, as you fill the tank, air has to come out. So it comes out here through there. Now they tested it and they found that he had a lot of water rather on top of the oil in the tank. So they're like, oh, it must be leaking. Well, they couldn't tell because he's got a driveway here, right? So they dug it out of the ground. They had to tear up his driveway and everything. And while they're digging it up, I'm like, oh, why'd you do that? Because they could have checked some other things first. And I noticed his sidewalk was kind of at a little bit of an angle like this towards the house. And water usually sat right there. And I put my finger there by that pipe, that breather tool, and my finger went right through the hole. And when my finger went right through the hole, I'm like, well, I know how the water got in the tank.
Jeez.
Went through there and got in through the breather. And in the meantime, this all cost about $25,000 to dig up.
Oh no.
But luckily, I was able to get him some money from the state of New Jersey. Had a program to remove oils from there, so they subsidized some of that money. He was able to recoup some of the money from the insurance and other programs that the oil tank removal company subsidized from him. And then we ended up putting that the oil tank in the basement, and then a couple of years later, he ended up converting it to gas.
Wow.
Which, by the way, gas is a lot cheaper than the oil. All right. So those are underground storage tanks, right? Now we also have something called CERCLA.
Can you go back for a second, Victor, the underground storage tank? I just want to snap that shot.
UST, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. All right.
Now, under CERCLA, you see on page 141, CERCLA, we have the Comprehensive Environmental Compensation Liability Act, or CERCLA for short. Congress created something called the Superfund, which is a fund of $9 billion that was created. Why am I losing you guys' picture? Can you guys see the slideshow?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know why the video of you guys keeps disappearing on the side here, so I thought it was because you couldn't see it. Okay, so under the Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation Liability Act, Congress created a Superfund of $9 billion, which often gets reauthorized and replenished through another act called SARA that replenishes the Superfund of $9 billion is put in place to respond. So the EPA would respond to any time that there is a release or threat of release of a hazardous substance into the environment. The EPA would respond to it, hire contractors to clean up the spills. Sometimes the EPA will pass some of their authority onto the local environmental agencies. In New Jersey, we have the DEP. And they would assign contractors to clean up spills and then bill those property owners for the cleanup. Because whether the landowner is responsible for the contamination or not, it happened on their property, they're responsible for all the cleanup costs. Now, they could always chase after someone else, another party who was responsible for the contamination, but ultimately it's your property, you're responsible for what goes on your property, right? So that's what the Superfund is about. And then there's something else called the Industrial Site Recovery Act, that anytime a industrial property or commercial property, the business shuts down, gets sold, what have you, that they need to remove any tanks in the ground. They need to be tested to see if they were leaking. They need to remove the tanks, put newer tanks in the ground. This is why every time you guys ever drive by a gas station, see the whole gas station's fenced up and they're digging the tanks out of the ground?
Yes.
Yeah.
They probably changed owners. It could be something as simple as changing owners. And you were like, well, wait a minute, they just did that 3 months ago. Why are they digging up the tanks again and replacing them again? Well, because of the law. Politicians aren't too bright, right? The way they wrote the law, I think, is creating more contaminants than anything. Because if you just dug up the ground and you replace the tanks, and now the law says, well, anytime you transfer the ownership or the business shuts down, it needs to be done again. Well, I think that's creating more problems than anything.
Mm-hmm.
Right? All right, so let's see. We're going to highlight under CERCLA, go to the third line at the end of the third line. We're going to highlight Comprehensive Environmental Response and Compensation Liability Act, CERCLA, established a fund of $9 billion called the Superfund to clean up uncontrolled hazardous waste sites and to respond to spills. And then under liability, the next section, we're going to highlight the first 3 lines and highlight and also underline the part that says a landowner is liable. So we're going to highlight the first 3 lines and underline, in addition to that, a landowner is liable. So under CERCLA, a landowner is liable when a release or threat of release of a hazardous substance has occurred on their property, regardless of whether the contamination is a result of the landowner's actions of that or that of others. The landowner can be held liable for the cleanup. Okay, so you have that highlighted. Now, it says the landowner, the liability for the cleanup is not only on the landowner's property, but also if any neighboring property that has been contaminated. A landowner who's not responsible for the contamination can seek reimbursement from the cleanup costs from the landowners, another responsible party, or the Superfund. However, if other parties are not available, even a landowner who did not cause the problem can be held solely responsible for its costs. And once the EPA determines that a hazardous material has been released into the environment, they're authorized to begin remedial action. So first they attempt to identify the PRPs, that's the persons responsible. And if they agree to cooperate in the cleanup, they have to agree about how they're going to divide the cleanup costs. And if they don't take up the cleanup on their own, then the EPA can hire its own contractors to do the work, and then they bill the owner for the costs. And if they refuse to pay, the EPA can seek damages in court of up to 3 times the actual cost of the cleanup cost.
Oh, no.
Now, liability under the Superfund is considered to be strict, joint, several, and retroactive. These are legal terms. So what do those legal terms mean? Well, strict liability means the owner is responsible to the injured party without excuse. Joint and several means that if there's more than one owner, each individual owner is personally responsible for the entire cleanup cost. So therefore, if only one of them is able to afford to pay those cleanup costs, well, then they have to pay it and they could chase after their co-owners to get reimbursed whenever, if ever possible. And retroactive liability means that it's not limited to the current owner, but possibly people who have owned the site in the past as well. I have a drawing here for this. No, I don't. Okay, so I have a drawing in the.
Can I ask you a question right quick?
Uh-huh.
So I sell a property, and well, a latent you know, effect. The oil tank is in the basement under the grounding, right?
Well, if it's in the basement, it's underground. It's not in ground. Yes.
Okay, so the person that I bought the property from, can I still hold them liable, even though I didn't know until I had an issue?
Yeah, I'm going to go over that right now.
Oh.
All right. So let's see. I'm going to go over this right now. Let me just draw you a little picture here. So under the super funds, they say that the owner is responsible for the cleanup costs, regardless if they caused the problem or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's just say that we got a hill, right? And at the top of the hill, there was a factory up here, right? And over the years, the factory had all these contaminants that leaked into the ground. They're responsible for the cleanup, right? Well, they shut down. They maybe sold the factory to someone else. Well, then the current owner is responsible for the cleanup costs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they could chase after the previous owner who caused the contamination for the cleanup cost, right? They could chase after them for that. Well, let's say down this hill, there's residential properties. You have a house here, right? There's a house over here. That's house number 1. We got another house down here. We got house number 2. There's another house over here, house number 3, right? And here's their property lines. Right? That's their property line. What if this contamination ran down here? Who's responsible for this cleanup?
Well, it stopped at 1. He's gonna
Factory.
But the factory is closed.
Property 1 owner's responsible for the cleanup because it's on their land.
Right.
They could chase after the factory to get reimbursed for this. But right now, number 1's responsible for that. Now, what if this contamination over here ran all the way down and now ran to land number 2? Who's responsible for this cleanup?
Everybody's responsible for their own.
Well, landowner number 2 is responsible for this cleanup, and they could chase after
1
and they could chase after the factory.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah. That's wow.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay, so that just gives you an idea of how that cleanup cost works.
Yeah.
And who's held liable though? Well, you're responsible for your own property. So right now you got to pay for your own, but you could seek recovery for those cleanup costs from the people who caused it.
Yeah, because my girlfriend, she had found the oil tank in her basement underground. Like it was, I don't know if it was what was in it, but she had them purchase the home already.
Well, she should have done a home inspection. If she didn't do it, shame on her.
Well, I think I'm sure she had an inspection. Maybe could they have not seen it?
Yeah, but testing whether an oil tank is leaking or not is not part of a normal home inspection.
Yes, it's not.
Right.
It's 250.
But not the fact that not that it was leaking, but just the fact it was hidden. Like it was the way she said it, like it was.
Well, what kind of heat did it have? What kind of fuel? You didn't ask when you bought the place? When you get a home inspection, them testing your heating system, they would tell you right away, this is oil heat or this is gas heat.
Yeah, I think that was just an old,
right?
And that was, okay.
So they would tell you if it's oil heat or gas heat or what have you. And then you can say, well, where's the oil tank? If it's not in the basement, then I would worry. Now we need to check and see if it's leaking or not. I would maybe try to get the owner to decommission the tank and get a new one put up above ground before I bought it. They're probably going to need that issue. They're probably going to run across that as an issue, as a problem with selling your property with an oil tank in the ground anyway. All right. And if it was in the basement, even if you convert it to gas, guess what?
What?
You can't just leave that oil tank there.
See, and that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking the house was probably converted to gas, and she ended up finding that oil tank later on down the line.
But not always. I've sold houses that had gas heat. And they said we never had oil. It went from coal to oil. And you could see they had a coal chute in the basement. So the house went from coal, formerly heated by coal heat. Then it got transferred over to, they skipped oil and went right to gas, from coal to gas.
Okay.
Some don't have any. Some houses are heated strictly by propane. They could have a propane tank in the backyard or under the ground. You see a large pressurized propane tank. I've seen that. There's a lot of different kinds of fuels that could be used. What if you got a house in the woods? Maybe it's just heated by a wood stove. A fireplace. Right?
Right.
You gotta find out, ask how the house is heated, what kind of fuels used, what kind of heating system is it? There's a lot of different kind. You could have radiant heat. You could have ones that don't burn any fuel at all. There's heating systems that just use the radiant. You know that when you go so deep underground, that the earth is a great insulator, that the ground stays at a constant temperature of like 72 degrees or 74 degrees or something like that. Comfortable temperature. Now, if you could maintain that temperature in the house, well, sure you can. You could use those radiant heating systems, but they require that throughout your yard, they lay out throughout your yard these piping systems that would then go throughout the house. And if it's hot, if it's cool, it would go through these water vents. And then those water vents, they heat the water or cool the water. They go out to out into your yard. They get regulated the temperature. By the time the water comes back, it's a nice regulated temperature again. Doesn't use any fuel.
Wow.
There's a lot of different types of heating and cooling systems that are out there.
Right.
Okay. Now, ISRA, the Industrial Site Recovery Act. You can find this on page, let's see, on page 142. What we're going to do is where it says Industry Site Recovery Act, ISRA, the bottom of the page, you see it? New Jersey Industrial Site Recovery Act, or ISRA, provides for mandatory cleanup of industrial and some commercial sites when they're closed, sold, or otherwise change ownership. Recognizing the necessity for preserving the ecological balance in these areas. Let me see. Anyway, go 2 lines down, you could see we're going to highlight New Jersey legislature enacted the Wetlands Act of 1970. And under this act, the Department of Environmental Protection, the DEP, regulates certain activities in designated wetland areas. And then I want you to write a cross-reference in the margin there, page 312.
What did we highlight, Victor? I'm sorry, I got
1, 2, 3, 4. The fifth
started
line
at New
down.
Jersey.
The fifth and
New
sixth
Jersey
line down
legislature.
under ISRA. On page 142.
Okay.
Fifth line down and sixth line. The fifth and sixth line.
All right, thank you.
And then in the margin next to that, you're writing page 312, and you're going to turn to page 312 for a moment. And then on page 312, we see under at the bottom of the page, on page 312, the New Jersey environmental regulations.
Yes.
There's something called by Bob. There's a link there. It stands for, it's created by the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. It's a guide that says, let's builders know before you buy, before you build, you know, who regulates what areas and who you need to get permission from. So if you own a property in the highlands, pinelands, wetlands, the coastal areas, or in a waterfront area, it tells you what the regulations are under the law and who controls those areas. You don't just get permits from the local municipality to build. You also maybe need to get permits from other governmental agencies, and what you need to do. Well, here's the guide for that. It's called by Bob. Before, it stands for before you buy, before you build. Okay. Now, in New Jersey, if we go down 2 paragraphs from that, just highlight the title, Highlands Water Protection and Planning Act. Next paragraph on the next page, highlight the NJ Pinelands Protection Act. Next paragraph, we're going to highlight Wetlands Act. We don't need to highlight the other 2. But basically, all of these laws, the pinelands, wetlands, and highlands areas of the state, who do you need to get permission from before you could do any construction in these areas?
The EPA?
No.
Environmental? No.
New Jersey DEP.
Department of Environmental Protection.
That's different. That's a state agency. So you got to get to the New Jersey. You don't got to go to the federal government. You got to go to the local agency, which is the DEP, the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. Now, what gives the DEP the power to regulate these areas? Well, under the Highlands Water Protection Act, it's the Highlands Water Protection Act in the Highlands area. In the Pinelands, it's the Pinelands Protection Act. And in the Wetlands, the Wetlands Protection Act. So we don't really need to study this. This is kind of like simple, stupid stuff, right? What gives the DEP the authority in these areas? Well, some law that's named after those areas.
Right.
So that's pretty easy to figure out. That's just what I wanted to point out to you guys right there. So we could go back to our page 143. New Jersey has landmark preservation sites as well as historic districts. Landmarks are like, you know, a battle was fought here, or George Washington slept here, or, you know, some kind of a historic thing happened at a particular site that designates it a landmark, right? Now, a landmark site is designated because of that. If you guys are probably not going to sell a building that is a registered landmark. But if you do, there may be restrictions on what kind of modifications can be done to the structure or the property. Just be aware of that. Same thing is if you're selling a house that's in a historic section of town. Guess what? New Jersey's historic. We're the 3rd state in the United States. We got a lot of history here. We had the Civil War. We had a lot of stuff. We had a lot of battles that were fought here. George Washington slept here. Look in Rahway on St. George Avenue. There's that Girl Scout house over there next to the cemetery. It's called Merchant and Drover's Tavern. That's actually a tavern inn that George Washington slept there. So it's a historic landmark preservation site. All right, you could actually do tours of the place. Now, they reenact battles and things like that there too. Now, if you're buying a house and you're in a historic section, because just about every town has a historic section of town in New Jersey, right? If you buy a house that's in a historic district, guess what? You cannot change the exterior look of the building, or cannot change the footprint of the building. So basically, you can't put an addition on without getting permission from the Historic Society, as well as the local construction permit, in order to get that, you can't just get the permit to put on, to change the roof. You also need to get permission from the Historic Society. Because they don't want you changing the look of it.
Yep, that's true. I had a neighbor that actually changed the driveway, and they made him change it back because he didn't get permission.
Or they'll fine them hugely. You know, I had a guy in my last class that he was like, yeah, I had to change the roof on my house, and previously it was a slate roof on there. And I just changed it. I put asphalt shingle on there, and I didn't get the permission from the historic district. They came out and they fined me for changing the look of the roof. And he's like, my house is not even a historic house. It just falls within the historic district. So my house shouldn't even be their concern. He's like, my house was built in 1960 something. But he was still within the historic district. So the Historic Society, I guess it fell underneath theirs, which that was really weird, because Historic Society should only deal with historic properties, really. But so what's the lesson for us as real estate agents here? Be careful with your puffing. What is puffing?
Stop blowing it up. Just
exaggeration as salesmanship. There's nothing wrong with it. You guys should be doing it, as long as you're not doing it to deceive somebody, right? So when you guys are selling houses and you're telling people, wow, this is a beautiful yard. Oh yeah, you could always put a deck back here, or you could put an extension on the house if you need more rooms, right? If you don't like the siding on this house, you could always change the siding, you know. Whoa, 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 whoa. Be careful. Be careful. They may not be able to. If that property's in a historic designated area of town, they may not be able to. And if they're relying on your word as the professional, what are you guilty of?
Everything.
You're guilty of
the ideas that you just gave.
Well, that's negligence. What is negligence? Yeah. It's false or misleading statements made by someone who should have known better. Yeah. And you, as the industry professional, you should have known better than to tell them that they could change the footprint of the house, put an addition on, or change the look. Yeah. So if you're selling a house that's in a historic section, you may not be sure about it. So tell them, say, well, I would suggest that you put an addition on here, but look, this may be a historic section of town here. And if we're in a historic section, you don't just get the permits from the municipality. You also need to get permission from the Historic Society. And then you could puff away because you disclose that. But if you don't tell them that, and you say, oh yeah, you could always put an addition on here. You could change this, change that. Look,
but you can always say, like, you have to just follow the regulation and not mention anything else, because then they're not going to buy anything.
Yeah, but you're in sales. You got to sell it sometimes, and you should sell it. But, right. But the thing is, if you're in a historic section of town, you just got to be aware that don't puff outside.
Right. Okay.
Because you cannot change the look of the exterior of the building. They may not like the clapboard wood siding. So sure, you could upgrade it to a more modern material that's better insulation rating. You could upgrade the windows to the latest gas-filled Anderson Pella triple pane-filled windows, but they're going to need to be custom made to keep that historic look of the old style windows that are there, right? Look, if we just let's just look at some historic windows. Let's go search on online. Let's see. Historic.
You got to be really careful when you're playing with, like when you're working with certain areas, like those historic sites or.
Well, it's just the advice. It's just the advice that we tell people. See, historic windows are typically like this. You see this? Do you guys see the web browser?
Yeah.
You see how it looks like there's many little windows, right? If it's got this look, they got to keep the look. They cannot change the look. So if they want to upgrade to the latest gas-filled windows to have a better insulation, they need to be custom made to keep the same look.
That's true.
You know what that means? More money.
More money.
But if you're going to own a house in a historic section of town, you're going to have more money.
Pretty much.
Because otherwise, if you make any changes, they got to keep the same look. But I don't want a slate roof. Slate is stone. The slate roofs, they're very delicate. If you walk on them, they could break, they could crack, they could fall apart. It's very expensive because you need stone workers to know how to attach this stuff to the roof.
Mhm.
But do you know that they sell modern materials that look like slate for the roof? Look, modern material, slate roof look. All right, so these are kind of slate. These are slate roofs here. They're stone. Okay, they look very nice, but you could get modern materials that could be made out of like a plastic or something with a better insulation. See, this is actual slate. But you could get modernized ones that they could even just look, they could look just like this, but they're made out of plastic or some other material that's a good insulator that's not slate. Right? As long as it maintains the same look, they don't care.
You said slate roofs are very delicate.
Well, they can be. It's made out of stone. It depends on how thick that slate is that they put on the roof, you know? But yeah, they could be delicate. It's stone. It could crack, it could break if you walk on it, right?
Yeah.
It could slide off, you know? All right, so I just wanted to keep you guys aware about that historic society stuff. Be careful with your puffing.
Yeah.
And that's the end of this chapter. Usually if you have a house that's in the historic section of town, the basic rule is you're free to remodel to your heart's content on the interior, but the exterior has to maintain the look. And you can't change the footprint. Like you can't make the house, you can't put an addition on to the house without permission from the Historic Society. Okay, so you got to give that warning to people first if they're buying an historic section. All right, so let's do the key terms to review. Ready?
Yeah.
A court action by which government takes property.
That is
C?
eminent.
6. Condemnation.
Condemnation. 6 is A. 6 is A. That's the court action. The government's power is eminent domain, but the court action to actually take it is condemnation. So 6 is A. Disciplinary local regulations.
B. 11.
11 is B, exclusionary zoning. 4 is C, that's CERCLA. They're just looking for the abbreviation there. I'm not going to read the whole thing again. Government's power to take property for public use.
Eminent domain.
9 is D, eminent domain. Inspector's approval for human habitation.
Certificate of occupancy.
5 is E, certificate of occupancy. A limit on the use of property that is set by the seller.
D, restriction.
7 is F. A use that does not meet the zoning requirements.
Is that a variance?
17 is G. New Jersey agency overseeing natural resources.
Department of Environmental Protection.
8 is H. Permission for construction.
I would be building permit.
3 is I. Reversion of property to the state when an intestate owner dies without heirs.
Escheat.
10 is J, escheat. Standards for construction.
Building codes.
2 is K. Now banned hazardous mineral once used for insulation.
Asbestos.
1 is L. Government's right to regulate for health and safety.
Police power.
15 is M. Existing use that does not meet the current zoning standard.
Non-conforming use.
14 is N. Non-conforming use. Municipalities' restriction on the use of real estate in various areas.
Zoning ordinance.
18 is O, the zoning ordinance. A naturally occurring radioactive gas.
Radon.
16 is P. And what are considered dangerous levels that require remediation?
4
PCI. 4 picocuries, right?
Yes.
A primary method by which local government recognize developmental goals.
Master plan.
Master plan.
All part of their master plan. 13 is Q. And once widely used wall covering containing a now banned mineral.
Lead paint.
Oh, metal, I'm sorry. Now banned metal.
Lead.
Lead-based paint. 12 is R. All right. And now we're finally at what we should have been at on Friday.
Oh my God.
Oh my.
So are we extending that? That's what you mean?
So Friday won't be our last day?
You could study on your own.
No, we think we need you.
We got two options. We can either go over with classes, or you guys can watch the videos because you have enough hours in. All right. So you got the two options because I don't know everybody's schedules and how you do it. So we could do extra day if we need or so in order to finish the class. But we could also watch the videos of me teaching the class to get it as well. All right.
That would be the recorded from last session, right?
Yeah, you could get the class I recorded with the last class. Yeah. Yeah, you can just watch it as well. All right. Let's take a look and see chapter 10.
Listing agreements.
Important information is here that you get the content for this class because you need to know for the exams.
Yeah.
You already have your hours in. Once we reach the end of the week, you'll have your hours in. It's a matter of having the content as well, though.
Exactly.
Yeah, because that's what the exams are based on, right?
Right.
So, good thing I've recorded them. So if anybody's got to get back to work or something, you guys can just watch the videos and get the contents. Okay. So chapter 10, listing agreements. There's a saying in real estate, if you don't list, you won't last, right? The reason being is if you're always showing buyers properties and running them around like a chicken with your head cut off, you're never going to be able to stay at home if you're sick. You're never going to be able to go on vacation or take a day off and go to the beach, because if you're not actively showing buyers properties and putting in offers, you ain't getting paid, because we get paid off a commission, right? But if you got a listing, hey, other agents can be showing your listing. You could come back to work, and now you got written offers. Or you get an added bonus that buyers come to you, and then you could get both ends of the transaction and twice the money on one deal. Ooh, I like the sound of that. Double the money. Yeah, baby, that's what we're talking about, right? So at the end of this chapter, you're going to be able to describe different types of listing agreements, identify information necessary for disclosure, and properly pricing property. So here's that saying, if you don't list, you won't last. There you go. So my suggestion is to you that you spend about 70% of your time trying to get listings. So let me add that as a suggestion in this slide here. All right. Let's add some additional wording. Whoa. So agents should spend about 70% of their time trying to get listings. And don't forget to reinvest in your business to get more business. Right? Sounds good.
Yeah.
And it's true. You gotta spend money to make money, right? You don't gotta spend a whole lot. Where do you guys get listings from? See, here's that little story I told you about being able to get sick or go on vacation and earning commissions. So listing property, how does that work? Only a broker can act as an agent to list, sell, or rent another person's real estate. Exclusive, what the word exclusive means too. Let's get into that. But first, before we do, go to Yep. Go to the second paragraph on page 147. And we're going to highlight the statute of frauds stipulates that to be entitled to a commission on a real estate transaction, a listing broker must have a written authorization to act as the client's broker. And then in on the last line there in that same paragraph, highlight you must specify a definite date of termination. So you have to have a termination date of the listing. You got to know when that listing expires in order. That's another thing that's required for any listing agreement to be valid. So in addition to that, we're going to highlight if an agreement is entered into orally, the broker must deliver a written memorandum of the agreement to the client within 5 days. I have this stuff written down anywhere. Oh, really don't even have that stuff written down. Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna make an additional slide about this stuff because these things are on exams. So we're gonna put here a note: statute of frauds. Stipulates that to be entitled to a commission to be entitled to a commission. What does it say? On a real estate transaction, listing broker must have a written authorization. Okay, so to be entitled to a stipulation, to be entitled to a commission, a listing broker must have the owner's permission to act as their broker. Okay. You have to have some sort of a written authorization there. So statute stipulates that to be entitled to a commission, a listing broker must have the owner's written permission or authorization to act as their broker. Okay. I can't market your home for sale without your permission, right? I can't chase after you for a commission unless you hired me, right?
Right.
Can't market your property without the owner's permission. I'm not entitled to a commission without the owner's written authorization. Like a listing agreement.
How do you come up with the termination date of the agreement?
Pick one out of the air. Or are you asking me how do I do it?
Pick one out of the air.
Are you asking me how do I do it? Or are you asking how you should do it?
Anybody.
Anybody? Pick one out of the air. But listen, there is a way that you could do it properly.
Yeah.
We call them absorption rates. There's a way that we could do math to actually prove how long we need of a listing term to the owner. Okay. It's by examining absorption rates. Okay. let me see if I have it written here. I may have this already in the slide. Let me just look really quick in all the slideshows.
Oh, okay.
This, I may actually have that in the next chapter though.
Okay.
Property information, property. Yeah, let me take a look really quick because I don't want to go over it again if it's in the next chapter too. So let me just take a look really quick if it's in the next chapter. If it's in the next chapter, then we'll go over the math in the next chapter then.
Okay. Okay. I think I understand that.
Yeah, because usually it's 6 months to a year I'll do, you know, for residential property, I'll do 6 months to a year listing, you know, and that's what most agents do. But if you need me to justify it to you, I could justify it through a math problem, easy enough.
Okay, it's like calculations of what was
yeah, it's a calculation that you could do by looking at how many homes are currently on the market and how many have sold last month.
Okay.
And you use that to come up with the absorption period.
Okay. That makes sense.
You know, I'm probably teaching this thing all the time and I'm doing it through the those whiteboard things because I'm not seeing that I have a slide here on absorption rates. So
I get it though. I understand.
We'll add one.
Okay.
We'll add one. But either way, here's the way that we usually do it. Here we go. Oh, look at it right in front of me too.
Yeah.
Right. CMA and absorption rates.
Analysis, consumer market analysis and absorption rates. Okay.
So to calculate an absorption rate, you do it like this. Take the number of homes are currently on the market. You divide it by the number of homes sold last month, and that equals your absorption rate needed for marketing for the entire market to absorb all the current listing inventory that's on the market for sale. In theory, not all homes are going to sell.
Right.
Right. Owners are not always going to price their homes realistically. And sometimes properties need a lot of work done to them, and buyers, they're just not priced right for a buyer to be able to willing to pay that for it. All right. So not all homes will sell. And keep in mind, these absorption rates are not taking into consideration any new homes that come on the market. And it's also just assuming that the number of buyers are going to remain constant.
Right.
Two numbers that we can't know for certain, right? So these absorption rates, if you take the number of homes on the market and you divide it by the number of homes sold last month, that's assuming that the same number of buyers are going to remain constant next month and that no new homes come on the market. But we know more homes are going to come on the market. So really, we probably need more time to sell your home. Right?
Yeah.
But I could usually justify at least a 6-month listing period with this. That absorption rate calculation. Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
You're welcome. So the statute of fraud says that we can't market somebody's property without the owner's permission. I'm just going to change that instead of we can't market an owner's property without their permission. We're also not entitled. We're not entitled to a commission without the owner's written authorization, like a listing agreement. So let's, and then we have the last thing here that says for a listing agreement to be valid. It's actually in the next thing. Next slide, okay. So this is the statute of frauds that stipulates this. We're going to hear statute of frauds a lot. And usually when we hear that term statute of frauds, it usually has to deal with something having to be in writing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Only a broker can act as an agent to list, sell, or rent another person's real estate for sale. Mm-hmm. And be exclusive at that. Mm-hmm. So the New Jersey statute of frauds stipulates that to be entitled to a commission on a real estate transaction, a listing broker must have the written authorization to act as the client's broker. But they don't necessarily have to be our client either, you know. A listing agreement is the authorization. The listing agreement must be supplied to the owner within 5 days if we take verbal listings.
Mm-hmm.
We got to combine that with the last slide. I just repeated the same information pretty much. So the statute of frauds stipulates that only a broker can act as the agent to sell. Statute of frauds stipulates to be entitled to commission. Broker must have the owner's authorization. Act as the client's, to act on their behalf or to market their property. To act as their broker, we'll put it that way. Act as their broker. I don't want to call them a client because they may not be a client.
Mm-hmm. Right, right.
So I'm modifying these two slides going back and forth. We can't market an owner's property without their permission. So we need a listing. This is for the commission. Okay, so we'll just add this. We'll just add that line there. We can't market an owner's property without their permission. And the, let's see, we're not entitled to commission without the owner's written authorization, like a listing agreement. Okay, listing agreement is the authorization. Okay, listing agreement required to charge a commission. Mm-hmm. To charge, earn a commission. Or actually, a written authorization is required. Is required to charge, earn a commission. Listing agreement. As an example. Because we could put an offer in on a for sale by owner too, and we could write it into the contract itself. We should have some sort of an agreement with them, even though we don't have a listing. So that's not 100% either. But I don't want to get too technical with you guys on this right now. Right? So we'll keep that slide written like this. Hey, here's an idea. Don't ever market your home for sale, just trying to get buyers. I had a broker one time that worked for me, and he's like, yeah, I'm asking about him and his family. How'd you get involved in real estate? Because he's like, oh yeah, my father, my uncle, we were all, my grandfather, we were all in real estate for the whole family for generations. I'm like, oh. Then he goes on telling me a story. He says, yeah, when growing up, our home was always for sale. I'm like, oh, you guys moved around a lot? And he's like, no. Okay, so what do you mean your home was always for sale? And he goes, well, we just had a for sale sign always on the front lawn, and when people called up, we're like, no, that property's no longer available, but there's another house I could show you.
Oh my gosh.
Which, you know, you can't do that, guys. Remember, you can't offer a property for sale unless it's truly available.
Right.
Okay. That guy was doing something he shouldn't have been doing. I'm not saying this to get ideas. I'm telling you what you should not be doing. Okay. Don't ever do that. Okay. We can't market an owner's property without their permission. Authorization is required. And if a listing agreement must be supplied to the owner within 5 days, in writing within 5 days if we take a verbal listing. Now, we know that if we take a listing, we got to put it in writing. And it needs to be submitted into the MLS within
48 hours.
48 hours, which creates a little problem for us in violating that law. Even though the Real Estate Commission may allow us to take a verbal authorization, the rules say that we got to put any listing in the MLS within 48 hours and provide that paperwork to the MLS. So I suggest you guys never take a verbal listing. Okay. So turn the page. When it comes to listing property, listing agreements must state the rate or exact amount of commission that's to be earned by the broker and have to have a definite termination date. They must specify a definite termination date for the agreement. It must specify a definite termination date in the agreement.
So I have a question.
Okay.
If you go past that termination date, do you rewrite, if you choose to keep the house on the market, you rewrite the agreement? You do another one?
You do an extension, you modify the listing.
Modify, okay, modify.
Yep. You can't, any changes that you make have to be in writing, that they need to be signed off by the owner too. You can't just make changes to the listing agreement without their permission too. So they need to sign off on everything, and then you got to send that paperwork to the MLS showing that you've updated the listing, that you've extended it.
So you can use the same one, but modify that one.
Well, no, there's a form for modification of a listing.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
See,
there's going to be a lot of mess on there. So it's a form you use.
Yeah. So here, let's just take a look. When we go to the Garden State MLS, the GSMLS, we can look at their forms page. Okay, I'm going to go to the members only section here. I'm not even going to sign in. I could sign in, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to go here. You see the forms website? In the Garden State MLS, this is where they got their forms anyway. Each MLS has their own. So I'm going to go to MLS forms and listing input sheets. And you see change form for all property types. I click on that. And here's a change form. On this change form is I put in the current listing MLS number and what are the changes that I'm making. I got to put in all my office information. And then what are the changes? Am I changing the status of the property? Is it withdrawn? Is it back on market? Am I changing the status of the property? Am I changing the amount? What are the changes that I'm making? If it's something else, what is the changes that I'm making? And the owner needs to sign it. This form may look a little bit different for every MLS, but this is the one for the Garden State. Okay. Okay. All right, so it has to specify a definite termination date in the agreement. Okay, now open listings. Okay, what is an open listing? So we're going to go over 3 types of listings here. We're going to go over an open listing, an exclusive agency listing, and an exclusive right to sell listing. We're going to start off here with the open listing. An open listing is basically an owner comes to you to market their property, but not exclusively. So it's open to any number of brokers, all representing the owner as their agent to market their property, but not exclusively as their agent. Okay, let me update that. But not exclusively as their agent. Now, because of this, that owner is free to list with as many owners, with as many agents as they want, all acting as their agent. Okay, because they're not bound by they're not bound to one agency. There's no need for an expiration date in that type of listing. Wait a minute. Aren't we required to have an expiration date in any of our listings? Well, any listing we put in the MLS anyway. Not that, so if it's not listed in the MLS, you could do an open listing. Basically, it's just the owner saying, hey, if you market my property for sale and you bring me a buyer, I'll pay you the commission, but I want you to market I want you to spend your time and effort marketing my property and trying to find a buyer. And I'm not going to pay you a commission unless you find the buyer. If another agency finds the buyer, or if I find my own buyer, I'm not paying you anything. So only the agency who brings the buyer will be paid a commission, the buyer's side of the commission only. The seller is not committed to exclusively working with an agency, but with a single agency, but the agency is bound to represent them and market their property. No, thank you.
Yeah, right, 'cause I'm like, who wanna leave?
Why the hell would you do that? Why would you want to work with somebody like that? Would you?
Nope.
I wouldn't. So listen, I stun myself sometimes. You know, I don't pay attention. Like, I know what people are going to say before they say it themselves. I was working at my office one time and I was putting a listing into the MLS and I was busy and phone calls were coming in. I had this one lady call up and she started to say something. I didn't even let her finish her thought. And I finished her sentence I pretty much I shut her down. She was like, because she was asking me a question like this. She was asking me if we accept open listings, but she was like, yeah, do you guys accept open? And I like mid-word when she just said, oh, I was like, nope. So, I mean, I didn't even think about it. You know, it's like, I knew what she was going to say. Yeah, do you guys accept open? And I was like, nope, nope, nope. We don't accept open listings at all. It's like, but if you want to list with us to market your property, we'll do so, but it'll be an exclusive listing. Click. All right, later. You want a client anyway, you know? But after I hung up, I thought about it a little bit, what just occurred. And you guys ever crack yourself up sometimes? You start chuckling or giggling about something that you just did, you know, that you didn't realize it until like 2 seconds later. You know, that was the type of situation like that. I was like, wow, what just happened right there? I'm like, this lady called up and she was asking if she wanted me to take an open listing from her. And I didn't even let her finish her thought. Like, I already knew what she was going to say. Halfway through her word, I was like, nope. And I stunned her so much that even after I said nope, she said pen listing, like she finished. She had to finish the word. I thought it was funny as hell. It cracked me up inside anyway. So anyway, no, I obviously don't accept them. What are you? Will you? It's up to you guys.
Nope. She wants somebody to do free work, running around.
Running around, and then
it's basically no. I want you to spend your time and your marketing dollars and your effort to try to find me a buyer. But I'm not going to be working exclusive with you. I'm going to be cheating on you.
Exactly. Nope.
It's a seller saying I'm going to be cheating on you. Well, thank you. Next.
You want some free labor? Get out of here.
So, a type of listing where the owner's free to list with as many agents as they want, all acting as their agents, and they only pay the commission to a buyer, to the agent who brings the buyer. Open listing.
Oh gosh.
Now, this type of a listing is a unilateral contract. It's a one-sided agreement because the owners, only one party is required to act, but only if the other does something, right? No, thank you. Next, we only take exclusive type listings. But what does the word exclusive mean? It doesn't mean that your agency is the only one allowed to show the property. We take exclusive agency and exclusive right to sell listings, but the word exclusive means any listing with the word exclusive means only one broker is hired to represent the owner to market the property for sale or rent as their exclusive representative. Let me update that a little bit because that does not, this doesn't mean other agencies are not allowed to show it or aren't entitled to a commission if they bring the buyer or renter, right?
Yeah, so regardless as to who sells it, this broker still gets the commission, right?
Yeah, because they took a part in the transaction. So what does the word exclusive mean in an exclusive listing?
Only.
It just means that only our agency was hired to market the property, to find the buyer or renter. Okay, but it doesn't mean that only our agency can bring a buyer or renter. You follow?
Yeah.
So all listings must be entered into the MLS within
48 hours.
48 hours. So all listings must be entered in the MLS within 48 hours. Okay, that's an exam question.
So wait a minute. So exclusive. So if someone else finds a buyer, they can get the commission, another broker?
Yeah, but we'll still get paid on the listing side of the transaction.
The listing
get paid on the buyer's side. It's the commission. It's the total commission. Let's just say that we have the total commission 6%. Well, that gets split. 3% will go to the side that brings the buyer. 3% will go to the agency that brings the that listed it.
Yeah, so it's not an only. Okay.
Okay. But only one agency is allowed to market the property, to put it in the MLS or to put it on other websites.
That's different. Okay, only exclusively to market. Okay.
So any listing with the word exclusive in it means only one listing broker is hired to represent the owner to market the property for sale or rent as their exclusive representative. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So this does not mean, this does not mean other agencies aren't allowed to show it or aren't entitled to a commission if they bring the buyer or renter. They're allowed to. Okay, only one agency is allowed to market it. Is that clearer? A little bit?
One agency.
Okay. So all listing must be entered in the MLS within 48 hours, unless what? Unless the owner signs a waiver of broker cooperation agreement.
Yes.
Directing us not to put the listing in the MLS. Waiver of broker cooperation agreement would be the next slide here, right? Or the next thing. To sign a waiver of broker cooperation. It's a form the owner signs when they request that we do not cooperate by sharing our listings with other agencies. So this is sometimes referred to as a pocket listing. The agent should never be the one to introduce this form to the owner. And we do not place these listings in the MLS. Because that's how we share our listing inventory with others. We put it in the MLS, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
Why was that underlined? I don't know. Yeah. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. So, exclusive agency listing. Let's highlight the title, exclusive agency listing, and then go to the next to last line, and we're going to highlight if the seller finds a buyer with no help from any broker, the seller retains the right to sell the property themselves without obligation to the broker. What does that mean? They don't have to pay a commission. So write that, they don't pay a commission, or they don't have to pay a commission. And just like I have it written on this slide, exclusive agency listing, only one agency is exclusively representing the owner to market their property. The seller reserves the right to find their own buyer and not pay a commission. Other agencies can show the property. Seller pays a commission if the listing agency or an outside agency brings the buyer, but not if the seller does. I'm going to say if the owner does, because what if they listed it for rent? Okay. Yeah, so I got to keep that terminology there instead of saying seller, right? Owner. All right, that's an exclusive agency listing. Next slide. I want you to draw a smiley face like this guy right next to the title, exclusive right to sell. You see him with the thumb up? Hey, look familiar? All right, that's me. Exclusive right to sell listing. We get paid a commission no matter who finds the buyer, as long as the property sells while the listing is in effect. That's the kind of listing I want. What about you guys?
Sounds right about right to me.
Right? I can see you guys making that, doing that. Come on. What kind of listing you want? You want that listing right there, the exclusive agent, the exclusive right to sell listing. That's a type of listing that only one agency is exclusively representing the owner to market their property. Other agencies can show the property. Seller pays a commission no matter who brings the buyer. I like the way that sounds. And during the listing term, while the listing is in effect, even if the owner finds a buyer or renter. So let me actually adjust that slide. Say, even if the owner finds the buyer / renter, we're still entitled to a commission. The added bonus is if the agent brings the buyer, renter, we get both sides of the commission, double the pay. I like the way that sounds. What about you?
Yeah.
I love that little smiley guy. Look at that. Hell yeah. I'm like, yep, I'm there. I'm down. Hells yeah. All right. So I put together this little chart for you. This little handy, whoa, where are you going there? Handy dandy chart. So I put together this little chart here for you guys. Let me see if I can move the chart. Can I grab this whole chart? Yeah, move it up a little bit. Ah, shucks. Grab all those elements. All right. So when are we entitled to the commission? If we're marketing a property, we're the listing agency. When does the seller, when does the owner have to pay us a commission? So when, I'm not just going to put seller, when does the owner required to pay a commission?
The exclusive agency.
Okay. Well, if it's an open type listing, They only pay us a commission if we brought the buyer or renter, but not if an outside agency did, or if the owner finds their own. The exclusive agency listing, we get paid a commission if we find the buyer or another agency finds them, but not if the seller does, the owner. And an exclusive right to sell listing, we get paid a commission no matter if the listing agency finds the buyer, an outside agency finds the buyer, or the owner finds a buyer. We get paid as long as that property sells while the listing was in effect. That sounds good to me. What about you guys?
Yeah.
Give that thumbs up. That's right.
What if you get a seller who wants you to take an exclusive agency listing? Should you take it or say no?
I don't know. Do you want to take it?
I mean, if you're a new agent and you come in, you know.
Well, what does it matter if you're a new agent or old agent?
Huh?
You don't have to act. You don't have to act like a new agent.
You an agent regardless.
No, you as a person, you know that you're new and you're like, yeah, I really want to get my feet wet.
All right, so I'm not too confident in my abilities, so I'm gonna be a lot more flexible in what I really want to do. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying if the seller is insist on, you know, you taking a exclusive agent.
Let me stop you right there. Sellers are always insistent. They're insistent that they don't want to pay you a commission, but they still want you to do all this extra work. This is unfortunately one of the hurdles that we're going to have to try to overcome. Now, it's up to you to decide. First of all, have you ever heard of an exclusive agency listing, on an open listing, an exclusive right to sell listing? Do you know did you ever hear of these differences before today?
Nope. Me personally?
Yeah.
That's the question for me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, most people don't. Most people, it's the first time they're ever hearing it is right now in class. Okay. They don't know the difference between an open listing, exclusive agency, exclusive right to sell listing. So you're saying, well, what if I come across somebody who has this knowledge and they don't want to give me this type of listing? Oh, well, I'm sorry, you know, why don't you want to pay me a commission?
Right.
You want to still try marketing your property for sale? Is that what it is? You want to save on the commission?
Are you unmuted?
I'm asking you a question.
Some sellers are really, you know.
A lot of sellers are really, you know. I know. So, but the thing is, this is business, and I'm going to talk to you about the commission because the commission makes a big deal. So I'm not just going to let it fly. We need to talk about this. You're trying to avoid paying the commission, right? But you're going to allow me, unlike in an open listing where you only pay me a commission if I bring the buyer, you're allowing me to enter in the MLS so that I get an exclusive listing that I could put into the MLS, and also another agency buys a buyer. You're still willing to pay the commission, but you want to be able to not pay me the commission in the event that you find a buyer, right? Is that what you're saying by signing an exclusive agency listing?
Right.
That's exactly what you're saying.
So under no circumstances, do not take that listing. Just take exclusive right.
Well, let me ask you a question. If you're the seller, let me ask you a question. Why did you already have a buyer that you had an arrangement for? Why you ask? Are you gonna keep working against me during this transaction trying to find a buyer so you don't have to pay the commission? I mean, did you already have a buyer? Like maybe you were marketing the property on your own and you already have a buyer in mind? If that's the case, we could still take an exclusive right to sell listing and I'll put that buyer down. I'll put their name down as a named exception. So if they should come forward to make an offer on this property, then you don't pay me a commission. But throughout, from this day forward, you know, I've dealt with sellers before that at any given opportunity, they're trying to screw me out of my commission. I'm not saying that's you. I'm not saying that's you, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, but I've come across that and I'm not going to waste my time with that. I've got better things to do with my time. You hire me and you want me to be exclusive to you and to work and put your best interest first. And I'm going to work damn hard to do that. Okay. But I'm not going to be doing it with a big question mark over my head. Is this seller trying to screw me out of my commission?
Wow.
Okay? You could find better wording to say. You don't have to be saying screw me out of my commission, things like that. But, you know, basically find another way to say the same thing to them, you know, because essentially that's what they're trying to do.
Right, I'm working for you, and you just
Free, they want
you don't
free
want to
labor.
give me my just due.
Now,
I'm working hard for you.
The only reason why, listen, I was just like you before. As a new agent, I'll take it. I'll do it. Guess what? I took it. I did it. I didn't like it. You know why? Because you're going to find that a lot of times when you're dealing with buyers, we deal with a lot of buyers. And when we deal with buyers, we get them, we find out what kind of properties they're looking for. Before we set up appointments, instead of showing them every property that's on the market, how about I show you properties that meet your criteria? And I send you the address to them, and you do a little work on your own too. Drive by the neighborhood first, drive by the house, see if you like the neighborhood first. You may be like, oh, I don't like the neighborhood where it is. I don't want to see the house. Fine, okay. Saves me the time of setting up an appointment, getting out there, opening up the house for you and setting up the appointment to show it. That saves us all a lot of time by doing that, right? So now every day while you're at work, I'll give you a couple more properties. You know, you go through them, you drive by the properties that are of interest for you, see if you like the way they look outside, and if you like the neighborhoods, and if so, then we'll set up the appointment and I could show you the inside. So we'll do like one day, we'll do a showing tour of all the properties. How's that sound? Saves us all time and energy, right? But now I send you by a house where they have an exclusive agency listing. The owner happens to be outside. They're like, oh, whoa, 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 come on, come over here, come over here. I'll show you the house. You want to see inside? And now, who do you think they're going to be claiming found the buyer?
Not you.
They're trying to screw you out of the commission. Look, have you ever seen a for sale sign by a real estate agent on a property? And then right next to it is a for sale by owner?
Yes.
I know you have because I showed it to you. I just remembered that one. I'm gonna pull it up because that one was something. Hold on one sec. I'm gonna show you this. Here we go. Signs. Where is it? Real estate signs. There was that one situation where the person had like 50 for sale signs on their property, and it was around the real estate agent's sign. Here we go. Hold on, I found it here. Let me add another slide to this slideshow. Hold on. Here's an example of a exclusive agency listing. I'm gonna put it right after exclusive agency listing. All right. I'm gonna write here exclusive agency listing. The owner may be working against you to try and save a commission by getting their own buyer, right? That's true, isn't it? Isn't that the whole purpose of it?
Yeah.
All right. So how about I pull this sign into the picture here? Remember this one? Here's the real estate broker sign, and look at all the for sale by owner signs. I mean, that's a little crazy. That's a little.
That's a lot crazy. Looks.
Yeah, that's a little nutty, right?
Yeah.
So here, on here, let me shrink down this wording here a little bit so I could fit more wording in here. There is an example with a broker sign surrounded by FSBO signs, the for sale by owner, right? To avoid paying to find their own buyer. You know what? Wait, can you guys see this on your slide right now that you're on? No, you don't. Okay. I did this. I updated this slide. You guys see this slide now?
Yeah.
All right. You see this is the real estate broker sign, and then you got the for sale by owner signs all around it.
Wow.
Yeah, tell me they're not trying to screw you out of your commission.
Yes.
All of those signs, yeah.
Yeah, that's a, yeah, I think that's a little sign there for you.
Uh-huh.
I think as a person that is looking to buy, I would just go for the owner. Like I wouldn't.
Exactly.
I was like, okay, forget about the whatever that sign is. I'm going to the owner because
And they don't need to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 signs. They could just have one for sale by owner sign next to it, and you're going to think that, right?
Yeah.
It's a competition right there. These two.
So why is the real estate agent going to spend all their time, effort marketing his property when obviously you can see what's going on here,
Wow.
right? Now I've seen it. I've seen them take it a step further. I've seen them take the for sale by owner sign. They took the sign and they put it on top of the real estate broker sign.
I've seen that too.
If you see it again, snap a picture and send it to me because I've been looking for them again because you don't see it that often. But when I see them, I'm like, I know what kind of listing that is.
I will do
That's
that.
an exclusive agency listing. Or when they do this, I've seen them do this. You know how you got the broker's phone number on the sign?
Yeah.
They put the white tape over it. You know that masking tape, and they wrote their own phone number on the broker's sign.
That's terrible.
That's blatantly disrespectful.
Yeah, it is. That is. That is.
Okay, but my question would be to the realtor. Would that be a new realtor? A new salesperson?
Well, first of all, when we take an exclusive agency listing,
Yeah.
any listing that begins with the word agency, in our listing agreement, it says that they're not to have any other signs on the property.
So you can cancel that contract. We get that.
Oh, well, I wouldn't have entered in it to begin with.
I know, but I'm just saying, just in case if stuff like that happen, that's foolishness.
Yeah, I don't want to deal with that because this is the kind of garbage you got to deal with sometimes. I dealt with it. Listen, I feel like you. Who was talking to me before about this? Who was I talking to about this? That they were asking about doing this as a new agent.
Oh,
Don't be shy now. Who was I talking to?
Tafori. Oh, that was Tafori. Tafori.
All right. So, I mean, I've done it before. I tried this. I've done it before. I just found that I'm wasting my time with these people. So for me personally, look, you can do what you want, but for me personally, I won't do it. All right. And instead, I'll take an exclusive right to sell listing. And if you already have a buyer, because you've been showing the property on your own, I could put a named exception in the listing agreement that says, if this person comes forward with a contract to buy your property, I don't get paid a commission, but only for that person.
So your broker should advise you not to take that listing too, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't. Now your broker is going to tell you take any kind of listing you can, but they should be advising you to take an exclusive right to sell listing, because this type of listing we get paid no matter who brings the buyer. So, you're spending your time, your money marketing this property. Your broker's spending some money marketing the property. Maybe you made up postcards just listed and you started sending them to the neighborhood. Well, you're never going to get a just sold out of it if they screw you out of the commission.
Wow.
So it's up to you what you want to do. I'm not going to tell you how to do your business. There's agents out there to take these listings. I just personally don't. And most agents don't.
Yeah, because I'm still looking like I don't see the sense in taking it.
What's the benefit?
Yeah, yeah.
It's basically trying to grab that for sale by owner who's desperately trying not to pay a commission but wants to get their property in the MLS for free.
Yeah.
All right. So under exclusive right to sell listing, we're going to highlight the title, exclusive right to sell listing. One broker is appointed as the sole agent of the seller and is given the exclusive authorization to represent the property in question. The seller must pay a broker a commission regardless of who sells the property. Boom. That's what I want.
all day.
All day,
That's right.
all day and all night.
You said the seller must what? Pay regardless who sold the property, right?
Yep. Look at this third bullet point I have here on this slide. Seller pays a commission no matter who brings the buyer.
Okay.
If they don't want to give me that, late, there's the door. You could go find yourself a new agent that's willing to list your property.
Hmm.
All right. So, and you know, this is a good slide here to study it for exams. Under which type of listings, under what situations do you get paid?
Exclusive right to sell all the way across the board.
Me too. But you need to know this for the different types of listings for exams. So,
yeah.
All right. Now, New Jersey also has something called net listings, and net listings, they're illegal. The seller tells the agent how much money they want to net from the sale, and anything that you could get above that amount, you get to keep as your commission. There's a lot of possibility for misdealings, for agents doing the wrong thing there.
Yeah, leaves the door.
Remember, in New Jersey, all commissions, all listing agreements have to specify either a percentage or a dollar amount. The commission has to be expressed as a percentage or dollar amount on the listing agreement, right? So how is that going to be set there? You know, You know, I'm going to go back to a slide that talks about the listing date, must specify an exact termination date. You guys see that right there? And I'm going to add another thing there, that in New Jersey, listing agreements cannot have the commission pre-typed in. The commission must be written in, and must only be expressed as a percentage of the sale price, as a percentage, I'm going to say of a percentage, or a dollar amount.
Excuse me, I have a question.
Yep.
How much longer will it be? Because I actually have to run out.
It's going to be right now. We're done. So we're leaving off on slide number 14. And your poll for the afternoon is right there.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Everyone have a nice night.